Yeah.
Wouldn't the violent toppling of the Syrian government directly benefit ISIS?
The toppling of the Assad government benefit ISIS?
That would be directly to the benefit of ISIS.
Look, I'm not going to speculate about what would or what wouldn't benefit Daesh. I mean, to some degree, and the Secretary's talked about this, there's a symbiosis between the Assad regime and Daesh, and he said that many, many times. It is through Assad's brutality that Daesh has been able to fester and grow into ungoverned spaces. And one of the things that we've talked about routinely, although we haven't said it, we haven't talked about it recently, is that we understand that while the future of Syria cannot include Bashar al-Assad, as we work through this political process to a transitional governing body, we recognize that some institutions of government, for instance, the security forces, in some form or fashion, has got to stay intact, so that there isn't a complete collapse of an appropriate governing infrastructure inside the country as we work through this very difficult transitional process.
If the Syrian government were to just immediately fall, what would happen to Syrian Christians? What would happen to Syrian Alawites?
Look, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals about a situation that we're actually obviously trying to avoid. It isn't about the fall of the regime. We are trying to get to a transitional process of governance that preserves even some of the existing infrastructure going forward, but that at the end of that process gets us to a government that is put in place by the Syrian people, with their voices being heard, and it doesn't include Bashar al-Assad.
Well, but I'm confused. So you're describing basically what the Black Lives Matter people said 4 years ago. Some of them got legit rich out of it. You don't seem like you've gotten rich, and they got all this money from Apple and the biggest companies in the world, and of course the media cheerled them. How did you miss out on that?
Well, because the thing is, like, to say Black Lives Matter is such an empty slogan. It's a whine rather than a demand. It's empty. I mean, Joe Biden says Black Lives Matter. I mean, you got the whole Democratic party, Congress and whatever, get out on one knee with kente cloth from Ghana over their shoulder saying Black Lives Matter, because it doesn't mean anything. It's a non-statement. But what we say is black people have to have power. So we want power over our own life. That's the question. And that's the basis for the difference in how they would treat Black Lives Matter and how they would treat us. And you're right. The Black Lives Matter slogan is almost a Zuckerberg manufactured slogan. Certainly if it's not manufactured by Zuckerberg, it's certainly promoted by Zuckerberg and all the white people who love us.
My name is Caleb Maupin. That's C-A-L-E-B-M-A-U-P-I-N.
So where did you come from?
Well, I live in New York City. I'm originally from Ohio. I'm from the United States, head of the U.S. delegation to the World Beer Festival.
What is the quantity overall of your delegation?
We have 15 delegates total who are attending the festival. I have arrived, so have a couple other members. We're still waiting for a few others to arrive. They'll be flying into Sochi this afternoon.
Perfect. What is your prime purpose of visiting this festival, your and your delegation?
Well, we see it as our responsibility to do what Joe Biden has failed to do. Our President Joe Biden is determined to have hostility to Russia. He has gone out of his way to escalate international tensions for very selfish and geostrategic reasons. He's defending an international system, the greed of big banks, corporations, and oil companies that view Russia as a competitor, as a force of opposition. He doesn't represent the real America. Polls show that Americans want peace. Americans want friendship with Russia, but also friendship with China, friendship with People's Korea. And Biden's escalation of international tension does not represent what the American people want. According to all the polls show that the Americans want peace.
To come to New York to turn on this music and to just to sing New York. Yes.
Wow.
And it was really great.
Very good.
Yes, and
Yes.
The sanctions have made it difficult. We had difficulty booking our flights because of the sanctions. You know, we were able to fly to Turkey, and then in Turkey I had to check out, get all of my luggage out, get out of the airport, and come back in to get on my flight with the Aeroflot airline, because things are so set up that they could not give me a transfer flight in Turkey. They've done everything they can to make it difficult for us. We are concerned about possible prosecution. You know, there are 3 Americans who have been indicted as Russian agents simply because they attended a festival in this country in 2014. They attended the anti-globalization conference. And we had a press conference at the United Nations expressing our concern about possibly being indicted or facing criminal prosecution from the American government. So we are concerned about that. Even though the American people want peace, the people in our government that are determined to antagonize Russia and present Russia as an enemy are very committed and determined. There's been a lot of threats on Americans who are organizing for peace with Russia.
To Saratov to study.
Very good.
So now
Yes, that's right.
Stalingrad, yeah. Okay, this city is famous for fighting, you know.
World War II.
Huh?
World War II.
Yeah, World War II, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
The Great Patriotic War.
Yes, a historic war, historic struggle. And I'm so excited. The opening ceremony is going to be tremendous, I'm sure, and the amount of meetings and workshops, it's going to be a great week. I'm very optimistic.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So how's it going, Noah?
Doing good, Caleb. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm really excited. As you can see, there's a lot of people hanging out, getting ready for the festival. I think we're waiting for a bus. We're waiting for a few of our comrades to get done.
Why do the friends of Senator Kennedy, who was the clown prince of the Kennedy machine, why do they cause a bunch of insane lunatics, the Khomeini dictatorship, to invade the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, seize Americans hostage? Why do they do it? It's very simple. Last spring, another member of the Carter administration, Defense Secretary Harold Brown, together with echoes from Zbigniew Brzezinski, who does make political statements, but he's not attacking waitresses. And he gets euphoric, you know, he jumps up on the table and grabs the nearest waitress and starts dancing, you know, he's a very funny fellow. Last year, they said they were planned to develop a 110,000 member U.S. strike force. That's about probably the extent of the effective military, conventional military forces the United States has at this time, which was going to be targeted into the Middle East, the Persian Gulf area. And during last spring, they proposed to European governments, the West German government, the French government, proposed that this policy be supported. And every government in Europe, except the British, said, "You're insane." And of course, the British said, typically, "How cute." The American people wouldn't go for it, particularly over European opposition. But Mr. Vance and the Carter administration were determined to put a U.S. military force in the Middle East. And people wouldn't go for it. So they said, let's have a mini Pearl Harbor. We'll psych out the American people, and then they'll scream for us to put military forces in the Middle East. And that's the immediate reason that Secretary of State Cyrus Vance orchestrated the seizure of the U.S. Embassy and the taking of hostages with full foreknowledge that bringing the Shah into the United States would probably cause that action at that time. And just for insurance, Ramsey Clark advised him to do something like that. The former Attorney General of the United States, a member of the Kennedy machine, who, like Kennedy, has great affection for what he calls the Iranian Revolution. Now, why do they want to put a military force in the Middle East? Well, to shut off the world's oil supply. What else? To overthrow the government of Saudi Arabia which the government of Saudi Arabia has complained to the United States government that the United States government, led by the Kennedy forces in the Congress and Justice Department, with fake scandal mongering, are trying to do to Saudi Arabia what they did over the past year and a half to Iran. And the Saudis said, please don't do this. You're making us angry. So the next day, after Miller is kicked out of Saudi Arabia, not asked to leave, kicked out, and told, cut this out, Kennedy ups the ante, and the scandals pour out of the New York Times and so forth. They want to destroy Saudi Arabia, to cut off the world's oil supply from Saudi Arabia, just as they are doing from Iran, to engulf the entire region on which the bulk of the world marketing supplies of petroleum now depend, to cut off the oil. Which means, of course, great joy in the United States, an oil hoax like you haven't seen before. And U.S. military forces in the Middle East are just exactly the trigger and cover to make that happen. So the day those forces go in, don't cheer, the boys are landing. Say, boy, that's the last time you saw oil for a long time to come, because that's what's at stake. Now, Vance did this because the Carter administration, or the people that own it, intend to have most of the world's oil supply cut off. They intend it. When was this policy decided? It was decided this past spring at the mansion, Arden House, of former New York State Governor Averell Harriman. All of the big oil companies were there. British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell, Mobil, Exxon, and so forth. Now, the big oil companies are actually part of a cartel. And the cartel is based in London. It has a special castle in Scotland, but it's based in London. And is run from the top down by British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell, and by the related financial interests of the City of London. They're the ones that want to cut off most of the world's oil supply. The policy was argued at Arden House. Herman Schmidt of Mobil Corporation took the same position that British Petroleum and Royal Dutch Shell did, and Exxon capitulated. And since that time, the oil companies have been dedicated not only to ripping off the United States, but to cutting off a good deal of the world's oil supply.
In a few days, Joe Biden is going to have a democracy summit. And his democracy summit is about spreading war propaganda and lies, trying to build the case for war against China, trying to build the case for war against Russia, trying to build the case for war against Cuba and Democratic People's Korea and all the socialist countries. They have backed brutal regimes and dictators all over the world. They've backed death squads and murderous counter-revolutionary terrorists. They have backed extremists all over the planet, and they justify it with propaganda about victims of communism.
Real tweets that we've gathered over the course of the last week that we just think are incredibly unhinged on the subject of Ukraine. And I'm going to start off with one that just left us our mouths agape. I feel like I am watching George Floyd die again, only the country version. We all stand around knowing this is wrong, but are helpless to stop it. What can we do? Hashtag Ukraine is George Floyd. Wow. Yeah, that's when I saw that, I was just like, I can't believe that a person thought of that.
Another is give Ukraine their land back. Hashtag land back.
Yeah, we thought you'd be particularly interested in that one. Oh, did you see this one? I feel like this one really made the rounds. This isn't discussed much, but Putin very much benefits from white privilege. I just can't see a scenario in which a black or brown man running Russia would be allowed to invade Ukraine with no devastating consequences.
I don't even know where to begin with that. That is, yeah.
I mean, I guess this goes to show you how much the woke current is a pro-imperialist current. And that this illusion that these people and that this current, this, I don't know what you want to call it, wokeness, postmodern stuff, that the idea that that's part of the anti-imperialist Marxist movement, that we should try to accommodate it, that we should really, make it part of what our movement is about, and really kind of, help bring these people into the Marxist movement and stuff. I mean, this goes to show you how much of a failed strategy that is.
Yeah, talking about the important protection necessitated for the neo-Nazis among the Ukrainian people. I think that's really important for our multiracial international proletariat to really support.
Calling Ukrainians Nazis is akin to calling black people a racial slur, said Terrell Germain Starr.
That's another one.
Well, I got to tell you, I was thinking about this kind of thing long before stuff with Russia escalated. For years, I was a communist activist in Cleveland, and I would sell communist newspapers on the street. And in Cleveland, especially Parma, which is a suburb of Cleveland, there are a huge amount of Ukrainian folks. And a lot of them are Ukrainian nationalists who fled the USSR and moved to Cleveland. And what's interesting is that, the Ukrainian diaspora is largely more nationalistic and right-wing than in Ukraine itself. And long before anyone was talking about Crimea or anything like that, I would encounter these people on the street. And they would say, oh, my God, communists are evil. Communists are controlled by the Jews. Communism, killed more people, and the Holocaust was made up. It was a fiction invented to justify what the communists did to you. I mean, these people were neo-Nazis. And what was weird is...
And you agreed with them because you're anti-Semitic.
Right, yeah. And, I mean, you would talk to these people. They were straight-up Nazis. And I met them over and over and over again. I would meet them. And they were not, they had no apologies about it. And what was weird was that, if an average American person who's not from like a special ethnic community was walking around Cleveland or Pittsburgh or one of these cities, Chicago, and was saying stuff like that, everyone would be like, you're a Nazi, you're a white supremacist, you're a scary anti-Semite, go away. But there was this weird, especially at my college, there was this feeling, well, they lived under communism, and communism is just so bad. You have to understand, Caleb, that communism is just so evil that it makes sense these people would want to be Nazis. You got to sympathize with them.
It's like communism has a special property to it that is somehow, maybe not necessarily if you asked them, they'd say it's worse than Nazism, but in their minds, it triggers something where it makes Nazism okay.
Yeah. And I mean, with the Ukrainian community, it is especially, exaggerated because of Stepan Bandera, the Nazi collaborator who's been made a hero by Ukrainian nationalists, because of this.
They had stamps of him.
Yeah. And because of this allegation that a famine that took place that was very awful was somehow an intentional genocide of Ukrainian people, that's not what happened. There and because of that, with Ukrainians, it's particularly exaggerated. But you see this with Hungarians. You see this with some of the Polish anti-communist folks. There is this weird feeling that the Nazis weren't so bad, and American media gives them a pass. And the American society gives them a pass simply because, well, communism's bad, Russia's bad. And I find it particularly shocking from the woke left that thinks everyone's a Nazi. Everyone's a Nazi, by the way. You're a Nazi, I'm a Nazi. Every Trump voter is a Nazi. But actual Nazis in Ukraine who wear this like lightning bolt Nazi symbol, tear down World War II memorials, have torchlit marches for Nazi collaborators, right? Go around beating up Jews. They're just, Putin's bad or something. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, a good friend of mine, Alex Rubinstein, has highlighted how there's an anti-Semitic themed restaurant in Kiev right now. I mean, you can read about this. There's a whole restaurant, and it is built on the ruins of a synagogue, and it is people dressed in like Orthodox Jewish costumes. And it is an anti-Semitic themed restaurant where they like don't have a menu and you have to like haggle for your food, and it is like a whole...
Oh my God.
Wow. Anti-Semitism, anti-Russian feelings, anti-Roma people. I mean, it's been given just a pass by these people that are woke because they take their directions from CNN. I mean, it's shocking to me.
I feel like this is a good time to bring up that official who was interviewed on the BBC recently. You were actually the one who posted that clip that I saw it from. The gentleman who said that they were sad that blonde-haired, blue-eyed European children were under attack. And it's like, you said that on BBC. Like, you'd think that they'd have the sense not to say something like that if they don't want to be seen as neo-Nazis on like the world stage. But then the guy is just like, let's get past that.
Yeah, the BBC guy has no fucking idea how to respond. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah. I mean, it is just utterly shocking to me. And I mean, they've just been beating this drum of fascists are everywhere, and it's like it's right in front of your face. I mean, they make no bones about it, and we're just, all these woke people just go along with it. I mean, it's really frustrating to see, and it shows you how manufactured a lot of this discourse is. Because if these people actually had concerns, they would at the very least be neutral in the conflict that's happening right now, at the very least. But they're not. And it's important to talk about this in regards to January 6th, because, Joe Biden, in his speech, that he made, his first State of the Union, he tried to link January 6th with Russia and China. He talked about insurrection and autocracy. But that crowd on January 6th, that was all of these right-wing extremist groups that the U.S. government has cultivated around the world. It's not just, right-wing Ukrainians. It's the right-wing Miami Cubans. It's the Shahs of Sunset Park, the Pahlavi monarchists who fled Iran after the 1979 revolution. It's the Falun Gong, the Epoch Times, the anti-China fanatical religious cult that's been around.
Weren't there some Moonies there?
Oh, yes. Sean Moon, Reverend Sun Myung Moon's son, was walking around the crowd. This is the guy who has the weird ceremony where they bless the AK rifles. And the United States government has this policy of going around the world cultivating these extremist groups, these terrorist groups, these hate groups, these counter gangs is the word that the British intelligence officer Frank Kitson described them as. And we've gone around the world cultivating these groups. And then, Donald Trump basically built a rainbow coalition of these groups, right? I mean, from all around the world, who all have their short-term vendetta, and they don't really care about the overall interest of U.S. imperialism, right? They're not thinking about like, how can we make sure the USA, dominates the world. These Miami Cubans, they just want to overthrow Castro. They don't care, right? The Iranians, they just want to escalate with Iran. They don't care, right? And so the USA has kind of cultivated these groups. Donald Trump kind of, found them all and made like a coalition of them. And then they stormed the Capitol on January 6th. And we saw the crowd was full of those folks. I mean, every one of these groups that you can think of was there. And that's who these woke folks are upset about, right? I mean, that's the Donald Trump movement is dominated by these folks. And if they're worried about Donald Trump, a lot of his base is these extremist groups. And that includes the Azov Battalion. Barack Obama would not send lethal weapons to Ukraine because he knew about, there was some feeling that, okay, there are these extremist groups. Barack Obama was there, very anti-Russian, and he carried out that coup and destabilized the country, and we can get into that. But Obama wouldn't send lethal aid to Ukraine. Donald Trump did. He did send lethal weapons to Ukraine. So it just shows that they are building these extremist groups around the world, and these extremist groups are very right-wing. And if you're going to be a woke supporter of U.S. imperialism, you just kind of have to turn a blind eye to it. It's really bizarre, and it's an important part of what's happening in the United States right now. That, when Donald Trump says America first, that hits home with a lot of people in the Rust Belt because they kind of notice that our government has a different agenda than the interests of the country, and that there is a feeling that our government is loyal to somebody else that has a more global agenda than it is to average working families in the United States. Now, we understand that in a Marxist terms, but they understand it maybe in vague nationalistic right-wing terms. But they're catching on to a real trend, which is that fighting for the Azov Battalion, fighting for the Miami Cubans, fighting for the Falun Gong seems to be more important than our leaders than making sure Americans can have clean drinking water and not have lead in their water.
And so on. And so there's this hysteria within the transatlantic elite about information that they can't control. There's a hysteria about the possibility of Donald Trump returning to power and shutting down the Ukraine proxy war, and just all the chaos that Donald Trump brings. And we can't escape the fact that this is an election season in the US, and that the U.S. effectively manages the Nine Eyes and decides what takes place there, and that it is seeking to crack down on any information that it cannot control, which could potentially interfere with Kamala Harris's path to victory after the Democrats pulled off this coup of placing her there as the nominee. And you can see how they're controlling the press in the US. They have all the media, or we'll talk about this later, all the media organizations begging for an interview. She does one interview and it becomes this bonanza. She won't answer real questions. So it's all about the control of information, and you've risen to the level of a threat because you're breaking through. And I think when we look at the censorship requests that are being put into the big tech platforms, how our first live stream from the DNC, which was live from the protest, Wyatt Reed was on the ground. It was taken offline for a period. We were given a strike. Chris Hedges has had TikTok posts critical of Kamala Harris removed. Caleb Maupin had a series of essays he put up years ago about Kamala Harris, critical essays. It wasn't exactly a New York Times best-selling book. Amazon just without explanation removed his book. They're banning books that criticize Kamala Harris. And the White House has the power, as we know. Look up the case, Murthy versus Missouri. This was from the COVID era. Look up all the censorship requests the Biden administration placed to Meta and other groups, including over the Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah.
We know they were doing this. So now it seems clear the Kamala campaign is using the power of the Biden White House to crack down on information. And the U.S. national security state is using the power of Nine Eyes to just shut down all alternative voices, as many as they can, around the world, as well as trying to implicate the Palestine Solidarity Movement, which threatens Kamala's path to victory here, implicating them as somehow Iran-controlled.
weapons. We want to end the wars and rebuild America. That's what we're talking about. So the Center for Political Innovation, we're here. Join us this weekend. We got a conference coming up. It's going to be great. So we just want to let people know about it. It's going to be good. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Yes! Free Palestine. It's going to be good. Conference happening this weekend. Oregon City. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Absolutely. Free Palestine. Join us at our conference this weekend. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Come to our conference. It's going to be great. Come to our conference. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine. All right. Good times. Good times.
Oh. Whew.
Cold air is good for the lungs.
Good? Okay, so if we go there, are we like in the campus now? Very good. Alright, and classes tomorrow, so it's good. So I wanted to make this morning message and talk about the importance of staying engaged, because there is so much negativity out there. First of all, you have the internet, and online interactions bring out the worst in people, all the negativity, all the hate, all the bullying, all the complaining. And on top of that, we all have our trauma in our lives. You know, in addition to that, we all have pain. You know, we all, experienced hardship of some form or variety of others. Many of us were abused growing up. There are many of us who experienced betrayal at the hands of a good friend. There are many of us who lost a loved one that we cared about, or experienced some dramatic setbacks, have experienced times in our life where we felt no one was there for us and no one was standing with us. And all of that is there, but the best way to fight against it is by being engaged. It's by constantly going out and trying to make a better world, doing outreach. It's by engaging with optimistic and revolutionary messages. It's by listening to music that uplifts you. It's about, studying the world around us and how it works. That is how we can push back against the negativity that's everywhere. And if you give that up, if you give in to the negativity, if you surrender, you're going to fall. And, I think about people I know who've been in the revolutionary movement and given it up. And it's always a conscious choice. It's a conscious choice, but it comes as a result of not engaging.
right? They're not listening to the morning messages in the morning. They're not, you know, at this point, they're not, you know, they're not coming to events. They're not engaging with people. They're not listening to optimistic things. And they start making a choice to listen to people that are negative, to listen to people that want to incite them against other people, to listen to people that want to stoke their resentment and stoke their trauma. And when people make a choice to not be engaged, they're handing themselves over to the dark forces. Look, the ruling elite, they all want us dead because they think there's overpopulation in the world. They want us all dead. They want us all to be not politically active. They want us all to be not connected with other people. They want to stoke our resentment, our pessimism, our hopelessness. That's what they want to do. And the only way to fight back against it is to stay engaged. Listen to the morning messages. Listen to revolutionary music. Study revolutionary ideology. Study organizations and get involved with other people, be involved in the community, do outreach, etc. This community gives you the ability to remain engaged and not give in to the dark forces. But you have to make the choice to do it. And, you know, and if you just decide to give in to the dark forces, you know, you will. You know, they say, there's an expression, an old Christian expression, they say that the idle brain is the devil's playground. And it's true, right? If you decide, you know what, I am not going to, I'm going to withdraw. I am just going to be out alone. And pretty soon all that negativity from the internet and all that negativity from your own past, your own trauma is going to seep back in, right? It's a daily battle. It is a daily battle to keep optimistic, to keep connected to other people, to keep on the revolutionary road and not give up. But you have to fight that battle, and you have to make a choice. You know, people, it's funny, people accuse this of being totalitarian, of being mind control. No, you make the choice. You can decide what to do. And when people decide to turn against the revolutionary movement, it is their own decision. But the way they get tricked into making that decision is by not engaging, by not listening to the morning messages, by not listening to other people, by not directly talking to people when they have a disagreement, but instead keeping it to themselves or only talking to other people that are angry in order to enhance their resentment. You know, that's what happens. And if you want the love that being a revolutionary brings, if you want to be part of the community, if you want to have the spiritual energy and the hope that comes from being a revolutionary, you have to make a conscious choice to keep engaged, to focus on the positive and the optimistic and keep building. And it's tough. It's not easy. And sometimes people fall and they can return. They can patch things up or whatever. You know, people make mistakes, etc. But you have to make a choice. And if you don't make that choice, if you don't remain engaged, you will fall. So, you know, that is my challenge to you. You know, is we need more morning messages. You know, there's a link below to record morning messages. We need you to make morning messages. We need you to support other people and give them the support so they can remain engaged. I need you to come to the Saturday meetings. I need you to constantly be, you know, helping produce more content for the web, but also doing outreach to meet real people and fulfill the in real life aspect of this. We are helping each other by keeping each other engaged, by standing strong. That's how we're helping each other and protecting each other from the dark world that exists, by bringing people in and mobilizing to build and construct. So keep engaged. Please keep engaged.
Счастье! 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 Счастье!
Thank you.
Ну что, вы готовы зажигать? До нас и после нас, возможно, это и есть жизнь. Мир меняется.
Зачем я здесь? Кто я?
Knowing that the consequences of this are death through famine, epidemic, and social chaos for a great deal of the world's population. The oil companies cold-bloodedly made a decision which makes Adolf Hitler look relatively like a humanitarian. And our government, the Carter administration, is complicit in that. Consciously, willingly complicit. The people who own CBS, the people who own ABC, the people who own NBC, the people who own the New York Times, the people who own the Detroit Free Press. These people are wittingly complicit in this treason against the United States and this willful genocide against most of the world's population. And that is the reason that Cyrus Vance articulated the taking of hostages against the United States in Tehran. Then they went to Western Europe. And they said to Western Europe, you have to support us. The Western Europeans said, you're crazy. And they said, that's irrelevant. You have to support us because if you don't, we'll put our military forces in the Middle East and we'll destabilize your oil supplies in your nations and your populations will collapse. So the Europeans said, yes, naturally we have great sympathy with the Carter administration's current aims. Is it necessary for us to repeat that? Now, for some period of time, particularly since the Carter administration was inaugurated, the only thing that's prevented the world from going to war, and I mean thermonuclear war in all probability, has been a developing coalition led by the President of France, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, and a somewhat progressively developing figure, Helmut Schmidt, the Chancellor of West Germany. The Paris-Bonn alliance has been the only thing holding up the value of the U.S. dollar while the Carter administration was trying to drive it down and preventing the world from going to war. The creation of the European monetary system is the only thing that's held the dollar above collapse. Carter has managed to accomplish a 25% devaluation of the dollar. He could have done much more, but for the opposition to the collapse of the dollar from the Europeans. Similarly, the Europeans have been the only force which have been preventing the implementation of full-scale genocide in the developing sector. The policies of the Carter administration are for genocide. Let's not make any bones about this. Let's not be polite. Let's call a murderer a murderer. The Carter administration is the most immoral thing, second to Peking, which the 20th century has seen in the form of an administration of any country. It is an administration. Carter doesn't know any better. He's too dumb to understand. But the people who run him, his puppet masters. The Carter administration is wittingly dedicated to a policy which the designers of the policy predict will reduce the world's population from its present level of about 4 billion to a level of between 1 and 2 billion by the end of this century, in 2 decades. That is the policy to which the masters of the Carter administration are dedicated, and that's one of the reasons that Cyrus Vance organized the taking of U.S. hostages in Iran. They are dedicated to this. They are pure evil in the sense, the biblical sense of satanic. There's no morality which justifies anybody supporting the candidacy of Kennedy or Carter or Connolly or Brown or Bush or Reagan. They're all supporting the same policy. Whether it's dummies supporting the policy because of the people that run them, or because they're conscious of what they're doing, like John Connolly. There's no morality in a citizen who support such people. There's no morality, in fact, in the citizen who supports national unity behind treason and genocide, the policies of Cyrus Vance and of the Carter administration. That's the reality we face. Now, with the capitulation of Paris and Bonn to national unity with the treasonous and genocidal character of the Carter administration, the Soviets have gone crazy. The forces in the Soviet Union, which were cooperating with Schmidt and Giscard, which were oriented to cooperation with the European monetary system, which were oriented to supporting a policy of economic development as opposed to genocide in the Third World, those forces have just been set back in what amounts to a virtual coup d'etat, in which the friends and patrons of a British intelligence operative, KGB General H. Kim Philby, are on top.
Once again, we have a woman who got to be just a little too famous for the people who support this war. A minority of the American population, by the way. And so the effort to marginalize this woman is underway, and you're helping out.
I'm the leader of the pack. I'm the leader of the pack.
First of all, Cindy Sheehan is one tough mother. And nothing you say or anyone else are going to slow her down.
No, that's fine. She has a right to do that.
You can't hurt her. She's already taken the biggest punch in the nose that a woman can take. She's lost a son.
Oh, okay.
She's lost a child.
But look, I'm not putting words in her mouth.
And by the way, she is going to be at the center of one of the largest rallies since the Vietnam War. Proud, patriotic Americans who will show up in Washington this week for one of the most massive, largest demonstrations, protest demonstrations,
and we'll cover
right
it
outside the president's window.
And we'll
and
cover it.
Fox is in the business of saying that this woman is somehow saying un-American things, hyperbole.
No.
Listen to what she's saying.
Nobody said she said anything un-American. We say that her positions are radical, and they are radical.
Let me tell you what's radical. What's radical is to send more Americans to die in this war, which is a monumental blunder by a president who swaggered us into it with, by the way, the at least tacit approval of the Democratic Party. There's a lot of sin to go around here.
What's radical for you?
You want to send more people to this war?
Listen,
is that your position?
If we cut and run out of there like you want to do, we would be putting every American in 1,000 times more jeopardy than they're in now.
We're going to cut and run anyway,
well,
Bill.
That's your opinion.
What's my opinion? American military leaders have said we're going to draw down beginning next year.
The difference between drawing down and cutting and running.
Well,
you're a cut and run guy, and I don't want my family in danger.
You want to stay the course, don't you?
Look. Here's what I want to do. I want to give the Iraqis a chance to train their army so they can defeat these people who are trying to turn it into a terrorist state.
Bill.
That's what I want to do.
Bill.
Go.
Iraq was not a terrorist state.
Oh, no.
I hope I don't patronize you for saying
guy.
It.
He was just a great guy.
Saddam was a bastard, but he was our bastard.
He wasn't anybody's.
Donald Rumsfeld shook his hand in the 80s.
Well, that's great.
You saw the pictures. Now, listen. You wouldn't send your children to this war, Bill.
My nephew just enlisted in the Army. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Very good. Congratulations.
Yeah, and he's a patriot, so don't denigrate his service or I'll boot you right off the set.
I'm not.
That boy made a decision to serve his country. Do not denigrate him or you're out of here.
I'm not Jeremy Glick, Billy.
That's right. A little bit more intelligence than
I'm not somebody you can come and just spew all
Don't tell me I wouldn't send my kids.
Loud doesn't mean
my nephew just enlisted. You don't know what you're talking about.
Your nephew is not your kid.
He's my blood.
You are part of a loud group of people who want to prove they're tough and send other people's kids to war to make the case.
You have no clue about how to fight a war on terror or how to defend your country. You are clueless, so is Ms. Sheehan. And for Ms. Sheehan to say that the insurgents have a right to kill Americans, and you're shaking her hand, you ought to just walk away.
How many more young men and women are you going to send to have their arms and legs blown off
this is a
so that you
war
can be
on
tough
terror.
and point at people in a kind of cowardly way? Take people like Jeremy Glick, who comes on in memory of his parents, and you go
Jeremy
off on him
Glick,
like a big bully.
Hey.
Billy, you have to
Mr.
feel
Donnie,
sorry
with all
about
due
that.
respect,
Have you apologized to him for that?
Baloney.
Somebody who is unemployed because of capitalist crisis, lumpen, and inherently criminal. Like, I'm sorry, Caleb, but there is actually a difference. But wow, okay, yeah, okay.
He's actually specifically gaslighting here as well, because the Panthers didn't say most black people are lumpen. They said most black proletarians are, by technicality, lumpen proletariat. They're disenfranchised. He's actually actively gaslighting black people now.
And then turning around in his stupid meetings going, oh, hey, look, we have stuff by Fred Hampton. Like, God, dude, you know what? The best meme I've ever seen regarding the Will Smith slapping Chris Rock thing was somebody reposted that, but put Caleb Maupin's head on it, and then put his own head on Will Smith and said, keep my comrade's name out of your fucking mouth.
I gotta check that out.
No, it's when he did his new intro thing where he speaks as if he's on the same level as Fred fucking Hampton. Fred Hampton was an industrial worker who could barely read when he became a communist. He had to teach himself how to read because you didn't get a proper education if you were an industrial worker in the African population. Do you know what they did? They taught you how to use your hands. They taught you how to use your hands and how to look at the work you got to do, and they used to give you the most menial and hard back-breaking of labor that they could give you. Most of it was working in car factories, fitting cars together, and if you weren't doing that, because that was the lucky job, you were in the mines.
But to use my fucking hands. I mean, the fucking arrogance of this goddamn dick to sit there and say and invoke Fred Hampton's name to support his bullshit while he shits on black people, he shits on the lumpen, and like he's just trying to leech cred. See, oh look, we're down with the Panthers. You contradict everything the Panthers say, and then say we're down with them, and we're like, no man, you fucking hate them. Your theory despises theirs. And their theory despises yours, you son of a bitch.
And do you know what, as well? I was watching Black Internationalist stream that she did with the AARP,
Ukrainian nationalists. It's on a daily basis. Но несмотря на это мы работаем, занимаемся волонтерством, he's a volunteer, he's one of the Sheehan volunteers. Помогаем нуждающимся. They are constantly supporting those who are in need, and the front line especially. Recently they liberated the Avdiivka region.
Стараемся радоваться каждому прожитому дню.
And they are very thankful to God and happy for each day they live.
And you were happy when Russia sent its soldiers to protect you.
И вы были счастливы, когда Россия приехала защитить нас, правильно?
Конечно.
Totally happy. They've been waiting for this for a long time.
Без них мы бы не справились.
Without Russia, that would be nearly impossible for them to fight off the nationalists.
Yeah, because the way the American media presents it, it's like Russia is attacking you, Russia is colonizing you, but you've been calling for Russia to move in to protect you since 2014.
США часто говорят, что Россия это колонизатор, но на самом деле Донецк звал Россию на протяжении
большего количества лет, начиная не с 14 года, с 91-го.
From 1991, right after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they wanted to divide Russia, they've been calling for Russia, but they took an actual, real actions starting from 2014 when there was a military coup in Ukraine.
Now, how has your family been affected? You know,
Как твоя семья?
what experiences have you personally
Да,
had?
что произошло с твоей семьей после 2014 года?
Мой отец ушел на фронт.
His father volunteered to be a soldier in DPR army, and he's still in the army fighting.
Я с 14 года стал заниматься волонтерской
Starting from 2014, he was still at
помочь своей
He started volunteering to help his republic. So from day one, he's been in support of TPR.
And I understand there's been shelling and bombing of your region.
Постоянно стреляют, бомбят, смешно, что не стреляют. Да, к сожалению, это уже стало частью жизни. Unfortunately, it's just a normal part of their life now. They're so used to it. Не обращая внимания на это. And you don't even pay attention. Sometimes they study, they hear the shelling, and they find it, and they're like, oh, we are used to it.
And what was it like to have shelling and bombing happening every day?
Тяжело. It's not easy. It's not that hard. Ты всегда понимаешь, что ты можешь выйти из дома и вернуться. Especially because you understand, you can leave the house and the next thing that happens, you're dead, right? So living with this sort of thought is not easy.
For 8 years you endured this.
Yeah, for 8 years. Несмотря на это, ты все равно пытаешься строить планы. But despite this, you're still making plans for your future. Да, самое главное это не унывать. The most important thing is always be motivated, always be happy. Потому что, зная, если у тебя есть мысли про будущее, то у тебя есть обязанность их выполнить. Because if you think ahead about the future, you're responsible to accomplish them. It keeps you focused, it keeps you in a good tone. So you keep working hard.
Wow. Well, it's an honor to meet you. Me too. Thank you. I'm with the people of the Donetsk People's Republic. Thank you. Okay.
You know this phrase, right?
I don't know how to say it, so say it. Let's say it slowly. Donbass. Porozhenak. Ne Golit. Gonit. Donbass. Porozhenat. Ne Gonit. Donbass, Porozhenat, de Gonit. Okay.
All right. We have a person from Donetsk and from the United States of America. And what do you want to say?
Donbass, Porozhenat, ne Gonit. All right. So it seems the Palestinian delegation is leading a kind of a mourning ceremony, and they're dancing in a circle.
So now the words go to Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. The Biden administration has declared that they're putting on some Zoom calls, writing some articles about Ukraine, that has been conspiracy to act as a foreign agent. And this case is absolutely outrageous. It's an attack on freedom of assembly, freedom to travel, freedom of speech, and freedom of association. And it's designed to intimidate Americans from doing what we plan to do, visit Russia and question U.S. foreign policy. In light of this horrific indictment, it is very important that we go to Russia to show that we will not be intimidated and to take responsibility for the future amid the utter failure of the Biden administration. Biden said he would end the war in Yemen, and as we all know, now that war is expanding and U.S. bombs are being dropped on Yemen. Biden has poured billions of dollars of American taxpayer money into Ukraine to prolong this war, At the same time that our bridges and highways are crumbling and our living standards are dropping and American working families are being squeezed by inflation. Under these circumstances, with Biden trying to intimidate Americans and weaponizing the Department of Justice against dissidents, and with international tensions rising, we have a duty to go to Russia and show the world another America. Because there are two Americas. Beyond Wall Street and Hollywood, in the vast territories of the American heartland, you will find a lot of hardworking people who love their children, love their communities, and want a better life. You will find an America that values peace, not war. It is this America that produced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Black Panthers, the great abolitionist John Brown, and it's this America that produced the labor movement that pushed forward Roosevelt, the great anti-fascist coalition that propelled the United States to align with the Soviet Union to defeat the menace of fascism in a great moment in history, also to align with China. It is this America, the America that's been hidden from mainstream TV, the America that has been canceled by the social media monopolies. It's this America of the working class, of small business owners and people of many different races and ethnic backgrounds who reject war and the emerging low-wage police state. It is this America and its democratic traditions that I will be proudly representing in Sochi. There's a new economy arising in the world today centered around the BRICS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Belt and Road Initiative of China, and the real America would benefit from joining with this new economy, trading with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation, and ending the wars, the threats, and the sanctions. The Center for Political Innovation sees Russia as an ally of the real America, and we call for the charges against the Uhuru 3 to be immediately dropped. And we look forward to making lots of new friends at the upcoming World Youth Festival. Not just youth from Russia, but youth from the 188 different countries that will be represented at this vitally important international gathering. Thank you.
So we just loaded up the banner and the PVC pipes, and we're headed up to Central Park. Let's see how this goes.
Away, 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 away.
We have the banner out, and now we're getting the zip ties on. How's it going, guys?
All right.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, beautiful. Nope, nope, nope. It's not gonna. Nope, it's not gonna hold.
Away, away, away. Away, away, away.
So now we want to cut some poles in, cut the other pole in half.
Away, away.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower. Noah and I made it. We seem to have lost track of Phil along the way. He stopped to buy some water. Hopefully he's with us soon, but mission is accomplished. We got the banner to Trump Tower. Only peace can make America great again.
This is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. Here on this banner, you will see the greatest thing that Donald Trump did in his entire presidency. He went and became the first president to ever visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea. This is a country that's been technically at war with the United States since the 1950s.
Donald Trump shaking hands with oligarchs told you we're our enemies. They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No. Understand, peace is possible, but you must give it a chance. Giving peace a chance is giving yourself a chance.
We are here to say that only peace can make America great again. And that what Donald Trump did on North Korea, that was awesome. And we want that to continue. We want more peace negotiation. We want more trade. We want more diplomacy.
The real America is not with the bankers. It's not the criminals on Wall Street.
We don't control our government anymore. And our republic is being run by powerful forces that are very much unelected or subverting our democracy.
Rebuild America. Rebuild our country instead of bombing countries around the world. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the military-industrial complex. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the war lobby.
We want to put America first and not the criminals who are lining their pockets on Wall Street with American taxpayer money to go bomb children overseas. Believe the oligarchs at your own peril. Believe them and sleep under a bridge. Believe them and not have a job. Believe them and understand you'll never have health care. Believe them and see what you get. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
It's going good. I mean, people have been reacting well. Small crowds will form when we have the bullhorn out, and then we'll take a break for a little bit and they'll disperse. Earlier, the Secret Service came by. I thought that was interesting. I think we're making an impact.
Russia's not our enemy. China's not our enemy. North Korea is not our enemy. Our enemy is the war lobby. Our enemy is the military-industrial complex. And if we really love America, we should demand that they take all the money they spend on bombs and tanks and weapons and rebuild this country.
Only peace will make America great again. We need to go back to this moment when Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, went to a country that we have technically been at war with since 1952 and said, let's give peace a chance. We want Trump to be a peace candidate. Every poll says that the American people want peace.
We're out here doing amazing work today, speaking out loud and proud about what we should be doing about making the world a better place. I'm really excited about it. Everyone has been amazing. Our message is getting through to people. I heard people actually talking as I walked by, saying give peace a chance.
We need jobs and schools and healthcare and education in this country, not wars around the world, not death, destruction, and militarism. Only peace can make America great again. Why is it that people in North Carolina are left stranded while the National Guard is in the Middle East? America's working families have been left behind while our leaders focus on wars in other countries. America first means working families first. It means no more wars. It means offering a hand of friendship and cooperation to countries around the world.
We are out here in front of Trump Tower today to say we deserve that and we do not want World War III.
That's right. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No! Americans don't want their tax dollars to be dumped into a hole, funding wars around the world so that bankers on Wall Street can play a game of dominating the economies of the world, while Americans are starving in ditches all across this country, while there are homeless people sitting 3 blocks from the White House. In the richest country on the face of the earth, so-called, you have homeless people on every block, on every street, on every city. Why is that?
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
If Donald Trump wants to get back in the White House, he's saying that he needs to do what the American people want him to do, and that is to make peace around the world. Let's stand up for each other. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
Only peace can make America great again, and this is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. This brought tears to my eyes. I was so moved when this happened. To see the President of the United States and the President of North Korea shaking hands. This is what the new world could be. This is who we want Donald Trump to be. We want him to be a peace president. We want him to be a peace candidate in this election.
I'm hungry. I'm really, really hungry. I mean, it was hard work walking it over here. It was like, what, like a 2-mile walk?
Yeah.
It felt like it. And it's the wind. It's like a big sail.
Challenging but rewarding.
Yeah.
You know, we actually had fun.
We're the Center for Political Innovation, and we are out here saying only peace can make America great again.
I'd like to take a minute to really appreciate who this man is and all that he has done, not only for me personally, but for all of us. I know that without the light and the optimism that Caleb and the Center for Political Innovation offers and that perspective, I really don't know where I would be. I might be lost, I might be confused. That's the general picture. But I think sometimes when you're involved in anti-imperialism and you're involved with the kind of work that we do as anti-imperialists, for as long as someone like Caleb has, you tend to rack up a bit of a resume. So let's take a second and let's just go over a few of the things that he's accomplished in his years as an activist. In 2010, 2 black activists were acquitted because Caleb went to their court case and he showed footage that he had of police brutalizing them and showed that basically, you know, they were being charged with assaulting a police officer. He showed that they didn't do it. That was in Cleveland. During Occupy Wall Street, he was the official media spokesperson for the great anti-imperialist former Attorney General Ramsey Clark. In 2015, he participated in a humanitarian mission to Yemen with the Red Crescent Society, creating an international incident. It was covered in The Guardian. Mainstream media even picked up on it. That's pretty big. And the very next year, our favorite president, Donald Trump, named Caleb his favorite reporter. So, without further ado, let's welcome the ideological leader of the Center for Political Innovation, someone I'm proud to call a mentor and a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Caleb Maupin.
So stay standing, and stretch a little bit, because we're getting near the end of our program.
So at what point do we want to submit super chats, or is that more...
Could be a long night, could be a long night. Names and locations, everybody. Names and locations. Oh boy. All right. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All right. But, wow. What an amazing conference. This is our first national convention of the Center for Political Innovation, and I'm overjoyed.
So last night I went on this guy's show, Tucker Carlson's show, and it's nice. They send a van to the house. I don't even have to go in. So it's really convenient. And but they don't anyway. You know me, I worry about lighting. Anyway, Tucker definitely has better lighting than me. But anyway, so I'll play it for you now because and so I went on. It was perfect. So we're doing this anti-war rally on February 19th and at the Lincoln thing in DC, and I forgot to mention it. I go on. He lets me talk. We're talking about war for 3 minutes straight, and I'm trying to remember all the stuff I wanted to say, and then I get to the end, and I'm like, okay, I think I'll end it there. And then I thought he'd ask me one more question, and I was going to look at my notes to make sure, and he didn't. He just blah blah blah, and that was it. And I was like, oh, I looked at my notes, like, oh fuck, I forgot to. If someone else had done that, I would never let them forget about it. I would so fucking bust their butt. You didn't talk about the thing. You're talking about
the gray zone when I brought up the great Jon Stewart Nazi medal article. I still feel bad I didn't bring it up. We posted. He had it on the screen. Oh. We didn't. Think to say.
So anyway, so I'll just want to play. So I think this segment speaks for itself.
You can be outraged by the people running our country selling out our country to China, and you should be. But that's a very different thing from wanting to go to war with China, a war that we have no assurance we would win, to put it mildly. But in a memo to his troops, 4-star Air Force General Mike Minahan wrote this, quote, "My gut tells me we will fight in 2025. Xi Jinping secured his third term and set his war council in October 2022. Taiwan's presidential elections are in 2024 and will offer Xi a reason. U.S. presidential elections are in 2024 and will offer Xi a distracted America. Xi's team, reason, and opportunity are all aligned for 2025. So what should we take of this? Again, you can be deeply skeptical, in fact, hostile toward China, and still be worried about going to war with China. Jimmy Dore is the host of the Jimmy Dore Show. He joins us tonight to assess. Jimmy, what do you should we be paying attention to a memo like this? What do you think it means?
What I think it means is that the United States is trying to provoke and saber rattle with another nuclear power, right? This is what we were supposed to be afraid of was going to happen with Donald Trump, right? We couldn't have, he's a crazy man who's going to have his finger on the nuclear button. And now we have Demented Joe who is saber rattling with 2 nuclear powers, and they get the corporate media sponsored by the military industrial complex to get Americans to cheer it on. And why do Americans cheer it on? Because they have no idea what's actually happening with their foreign policy. And what's worse is they have no idea that they have no idea that they don't have any idea what's happening with their foreign policy. We have 400 military bases surrounding China since the Korean War. Do we really think that China is getting ready to invade the United States? Because I tell you, they're not. They make everything we use in the United States. Why? Because the same people who want this war are the same people who took the good jobs that are manufacturing jobs in America, turned them into low-paying, crappy jobs, and then shipped them to China, and then we get angry at them for the system that we set up. If they're so corrupt, because that's the thing, Americans have no idea how corrupt their government is. They think our government's just regular corrupt, like, oh, Trump gave his son a job or Biden gave his kid a no-show job in the Ukraine war. That's not, the whole thing is corrupt. The $800 billion military budget is $800 billion of corruption. Why do we have to have 900 military bases around? We're the ones provoking this war, just like we provoked the war in Ukraine. We are now provoking a war with China. And who benefits? I'll tell you right now, your enemy is not China. Your enemy is not Russia. Your enemy is the military industrial complex, which has been fleecing this country to the tunes of hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars. How many times are we going to have a defense secretary say, hey, we can't account for $2 trillion in the Pentagon again? That, like, which has happened twice now in my lifetime. So again, people are being, the war machine cannot be stopped. Who's running this country? The war machine. It certainly isn't Joe Biden making these decisions. I would like to know who is making the decisions. And I just want to remind everybody, the United States is the world's terrorist. We just set the Middle East on fire in the last 20 years. And now we're doing a proxy war in Ukraine, which we provoked, NATO provoked, and it was just admitted that we provoked it by the former Prime Minister of Germany. And now we're trying to saber rattle with China, and they're predicting a war. Again, China's not going to invade us. China's not our enemy. We might have an economic war. That's what these are. These are economic wars. These are wars for, in Ukraine, it's about liquefied natural gas and making sure Germany and Russia never come together because we fear Russia's natural resources and manpower, and we fear them getting together with Germany with their technology and their capital. And so that's why we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. That's why we're doing the Ukraine war. This is all about hegemony, imperialism, and economics. And if there's a Marine somewhere, it's there because they're about to steal some natural resources from another country. As everybody's screaming about what a bad guy Putin is for invading Ukraine, the United States is currently occupying a third of Syria. And which third is that? It's the third that has the oil. And how do I know we're there to steal their oil? Because the President of the United States said so.
We're not even benefiting economically. That's, I mean, of course, that's the rub. Jimmy Dore, appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure. I like to really drag. Oh, you can come to me. I like to really drag that out.
That's, well, I would have forgot to plug the Mortgage as well, because that's a lot of. I don't know how you got that all out.
I don't know. I just start going. Anyway, so there it is. And by the way, I would love to say that stuff on MSNBC, CNN, ABC. They will never have me on. The only person in the whole corporate news that will have a message like that is a guy who hosts for Fox News and coincidentally has the #1 news show in America.
I was going to say he has better ratings. Why would you go on the best rated one?
So I'm on the #1 news show in America, and then I get to also go on the #1 podcast in America or in the world.
In the world.
So I think it's okay. So thanks to Tucker for bringing me on and having that message to his audience, which needs to hear that China and Russia are not your enemy. They need to hear it. They got to hear it. And thanks for Tucker to let me say it.
Well, you know what's so funny is, like, they're not going to invade the United States. People are like, oh, if they invade Taiwan.
That's not invading the United States.
Yeah, we have to go. Taiwan, the United States, not me. According to the United States, it belongs to them.
It belongs to Taiwan.
So what are you talking about? Yeah, to China.
Yeah.
I didn't know that we officially said that. This whole time, I've only heard if they invade Taiwan.
It's one China policy. So that means the United States acknowledges that China owns that they're part of them.
There's a movie in China that's like their version of Rambo called Wolf Warrior. Okay, it's a lot of stuff about like how they're nicer in Africa and then they fight a capitalist bad guy, but it's like Rambo. It's just like how Rambo is, and they have a thing called Wolf Warrior diplomacy, which is like when I think of that Dippy General, all that thing he was saying. There's a bunch of politicians that are like that, and I watched a whole video about China has these Wolf Warrior diplomats. Like everything we say sounds exactly like what they say.
Yep.
The 2 years are going to have a war.
They're going to have a war.
They're going to have a blue water navy. To challenge us on the high seas.
A blue water navy.
That means they can leave the China area with their navy.
Hey, we're doing live stand-up comedy in Los Angeles, Tempe, Arizona, Palm Springs, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Nashville, Northampton, Massachusetts, and a lot more places. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets and become a premium member while you're there. You get access to all of our stuff. See you then.
And so we have one more speaker here. So it's Noah Schenk. He will speak from there. And he is also for the Center for Political Union here. So,
hey, everybody. My name is Noah Schenk. And one of the reasons that I am so excited to be able to join the World Youth Festival is that we will be able to meet with youth from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Right now, it is illegal to travel to the DPRK under U.S. law, and that's really unfortunate in light of the escalations on the Korean Peninsula. We have to remember that the DPRK is a nuclear-armed country, and these escalations, they could be very dangerous. That's why I think it's so important that, in combination with the fact that I, as a Korean American, feel a deep kinship with the Korean people, and I want to see them joined, that's why it's so important for us to meet with them. We've published a book to give to them, and we want to really show them that there are Americans in the United States who do not hate the North Koreans. Not only do we not hate them, but we respect them. We admire their revolutionary tradition. We admire how they showed support for the Palestinian people in their struggle for liberation. We admire how they welcomed the Black Panther Party into their country and showed support for black liberation and for the liberation struggles around the world. It's just going to be a real honor to be able to meet with them.
And when it really gets down to it, Kamala Harris is the favored candidate of the people who ran the State Department under Hillary Clinton. And that is very clear. And that there were disagreements between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. He got rid of Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State and replaced her with John Kerry. And that when Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State during Obama's first term, we saw what happened, which was they were fomenting unrest and chaos all over the world in order to bring down governments they did not like. The government of Libya was the most prosperous country on the African continent. And, we saw what happened, which is cruise missiles. It was destroyed. Now the country's in ruin. People are drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out of Libya. Syria was reduced to a civil war, millions of refugees, hundreds of thousands dead. And a lot of that was the U.S. State Department coordinating with social media to create unrest. And the result, we had the rise of ISIS and the terrorists in ISIS, and it was a disaster. Well, we understand where this comes from. There was an ideologue named Anne Marie Slaughter, who's with New America, or sometimes it's called the New America Foundation, the New American Institute. It's a think tank, and she openly talked about what she believed in. I mean, she wrote a very powerful essay talking about how the fight in the world today is between what she calls the open international system, globalism, and populists, and how populist leaders like Gaddafi in Libya, like Bashar Assad, or like Putin in Russia, or like, the people who support Brexit in Britain or Marine Le Pen, populist leaders are the danger, and that we need to promote this open international system, and that the goal is to foment unrest and chaos around the world to protect that open international system. And that's very openly stated by the Hillary Clinton State Department, by Anne Marie Slaughter, Samantha Power, and others. And there was a decision that was made in 2020 when it was made clear that Hillary Clinton couldn't run again,
There was a meeting that was widely reported on in the local press in the Hamptons in Long Island, where all the Hillary Clinton backers took their money from Hillary Clinton and they put it behind Kamala Harris. She is Hillary Clinton's chosen successor. And I go over in the book about how it looks a lot like Joe Biden did everything he could to not name her as the VP. It was a very late decision. The Democrat National Convention schedule, you'll remember in 2020, listed Kamala Harris as separate from the VP speaker. After that schedule came out, Kamala Harris unfollowed Joe Biden on Twitter, and it looked like she was not going to be the VP nominee. 6 hours later, she was named the VP nominee. It was 10 days late, and the Biden administration did everything they could to avoid her. And if you look at what's come out since she's been in office, her staff, she can't keep them. There is a toxic atmosphere in her office. She is just, she is brutal to her staff. She doesn't make any mistakes. The only mistakes that can be made are by them. There is an atmosphere that is very competitive. Nobody on Capitol Hill likes the Harris people, they're called, for the way they treat other people. There is something particularly dangerous about Kamala Harris. And the more you look into it, it's not simply a matter of a very ambitious person. It's a matter of somebody who is very indifferent to other people's suffering. It's a matter of somebody who has a lot of pain and trauma and rage and a desire for vengeance. There is some really dangerous stuff going on there, and she is in an alliance with the regime change apparatus, the people that want to spread chaos and tear down governments around the world to preserve this open international system. There's a lot there people should be concerned about.
Hey, I'll see you on tour in Las Vegas, Chicago, and Grand Rapids. In Chicago, it's stand-up and a live panel show. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and make sure you go to jimmydore.com.
Everyone who's wearing a red scarf, could you please stand up? Yeah? These are the members of the CPI who helped put on and convene the conference. And we decided to get red scarves. And we also have buttons. Buttons. Does someone have one of the buttons? The button here, it says Anna Louise Strong Brigade. That's what we decided to call the members of the CPI that came to town to convene the conference. That's Anna Louise Strong. And this is an American that so many people don't know anything about. She's a name that's kind of been written out of the history books.
but she's been pivotal not just in the history of this country, but in the history of the world. Anna Louise Strong was from this part of the country and was a key leader of the Seattle General Strike in 1919. She was the main journalist for the Union Record, which was the wobbly labor paper in Seattle. And then, after the strike was defeated, she heard about this new country that was created called the Soviet Union, and she went over there and saw what they were achieving, the amazing things that they were achieving. She came back to the United States and wrote books about it and went on speaking tours about it. And eventually, she moved to Moscow, and she was the editor of the Moscow News, which was the English language newspaper that they had in Moscow in the 1930s. So I like to say she was RT before RT. She's old school RT right here. This is old school RT. And Anna Louise Strong, eventually she moved to China, and she interviewed Mao Zedong, and it was in her interview with Mao that Mao first used the phrase paper tigers to describe the imperialists. She was not loved in this country due to McCarthyism, so she spent her final years in China. And in China, she was known as the Paper Tiger Lady, and Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai and other key leaders of the Chinese Communist Party would come over to her house all the time to consult with her on politics, really comprehended economics and political theory. She was also deeply poetic. Her writing is deeply beautiful, and it was discovering her writing as a teenager. I discovered her autobiography, I Change Worlds, her memoir of living in the Soviet Union called The Stalin Era, her writing, The Soviets Expected It, about World War II. She wrote so much about the socialist movement and what it's about, and everything she wrote, she brought with it a spirit of Americanism. She was not ashamed to be an American. She knew this country did a lot of evil things, but there was Americanism that just flowed through everything that she wrote. I'm going to read to you something that amazing woman who's been left out of U.S. history wrote. And this was at the time that great Seattle General Strike was happening. This is what she wrote. This is an editorial she wrote for the Seattle Union Record. She said, "We are undertaking the most tremendous move ever made by labor in this country. A move that will lead no one knows where. We do not need hysteria. We need the iron march of labor. Labor will feed the people. 12 great kitchens have been offered, and from them food will be distributed and provision trades at low cost to all. Labor will care for the babies and the sick. The milk wagon drivers, the laundry drivers are arranging plans for supplying milk to babies, invalids, and hospitals, and taking care of linen for the hospitals. Labor will preserve order. The strike committee is arranging for guards and is expected that the stopping of the cars will keep people at home. Let them get this straight. It is not the withdrawal of labor power, but the power of workers to manage that will win this strike. The closing down of Seattle's industries, a mere shutdown, will not affect these Eastern gentlemen very much. They could let the whole Northwest go to pieces as far as money alone is concerned. But the closing down of capitalist-controlled industries in Seattle, while the workers organize to feed the people, to care for the babies and the sick, and to preserve order, this will move them. For this looks too much like the taking of power by the workers. Labor will not only shut down the industries, labor will reopen. And that is why they say that we are starting out on a road that leads no one knows where." That's Anna Louise Strong in 1919, talking about how the potential of the strike wasn't going to be from creating disorder, wasn't going to be from creating chaos. It would be about the new, beautiful order that emerged when working people stepped up and started taking responsibility and taking participation in the leadership of their society. That the strike would preserve and present a new order. That's what she was writing about. She was a city builder. Anna Louise Strong. And we live in an age where there's so much pessimism. And a lot has been said about this. I won't be the person to make this comparison. But the time period we're living in is a lot like the lead up to the First World War. Because war brings out the worst in people. And it makes people hopeless about humanity. It makes people question what it's all worth.
And there's a poem that they used to make boomers memorize in school. They don't do that anymore. That's the thing they used to do, is they used to make kids memorize poems in school. And there's one poem they used to make kids memorize, and because it was so widely taught in school, people make fun of it a lot. So you've probably heard people reference it. And it goes like this. I think that I shall never see a poem as lovely as a tree whose hungry mouth is pressed against the earth's sweet flowing breast, a tree that looks at God all day and lifts her leafy arms to pray, a tree that may in summer wear a nest of robins in her hair, upon whose bosoms snow has lain, who intimately lives with rain. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. You ever hear that poem before?
Yeah.
Well, that was written by Joyce Kilmer, and Joyce Kilmer was shot in the head during World War I. And that poem expressed the pessimism of the age. It expressed the belief that all this technological advancement, all this progress, wasn't really leading to a beautiful new world. Instead, it was just giving us new weapons with which to kill each other, new technology with which to gun each other down. It was looking to nature, looking with defeat at humanity. Only God can make a tree. Looking at human progress, looking at the idea that we can advance as a species with pessimism and cynicism and hopelessness. It's a cry of defeat.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
And when Donald Trump met with Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea, and moved towards unity on the Korean Peninsula, bringing together the Korean people, that was a great step forward.
We've had already 3 wars going on as we speak. Every morning, someone is dying in parts of the world right now in these 3 wars. The Hamas and Israel, as we know, Ukraine and Russia situation. It's costing over $6 billion in money, your tax dollars.
What do you think of when you see that banner?
Which we did not have
Yeah.
when Trump was in office.
Do you think he could be a peace president?
I'm not sure.
We don't need that.
I don't think that Trump would bring peace in the world at all. I think he would bring total chaos. But it's interesting to know this.
Are you worried about World War III?
Yes and no. Yes, because, well, us, Russia, and would basically destroy most of the world.
Right now, we don't even have federal FEMA money to support in our country, Florida, and North Carolina. And people are hungry there. And your private donations, not the government, is being used right now.
We are talking today about making America great through peace. Take a look at this banner. What kind of emotion does it instill in you? War with North Korea.
It's about negotiations. What do you think?
Seems pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. That seems pretty good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we make friends, right? I mean, yeah.
We are out here to say we want Donald Trump to be a peace candidate. We want him to be a peace president. If he wins this election, it will be because the American people are tired of the wars. Too much money is spent on war. Too much money is spent on destruction. But peace can make a prosperous world for all.
I suppose he won the election again.
Yeah. What do you think of the banner?
Yeah. Right. Trump can do a lot of things.
Yeah. Is this what you thought you'd see out in front of the library today?
No.
Surprising, huh?
Yeah. This is serious. You don't know. We'll be World War III again. This is we have to stop North Korea. Kim Jong. We need conversations, peaceful unity of North and South Korea. It has to take place now.
There is enough bloodshed. No child has to be murdered over these things. No family should be killed over these things.
Korea has been divided for too long. We want unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity on the Korean Peninsula. Unity.
Please take notice. Every day, this morning, tonight, someone is dying over in Israel and Palestine. Someone is starving in Ukraine and right now Russia. This is not fake news.
Because this was the best moment of Trump's presidency. And if he is reelected again, it'll be because the American people want him to be a peace candidate. They want him to make peace, not just in Korea, peace with Russia and Ukraine, peace with the Palestinians and the Israelis. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace can
Only
make
peace
America great
can
again.
make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
Only peace make America great again.
Too much money is spent on war, but peace can make lots of money. Imagine if we were trading and doing business with all the countries that we have been antagonizing around the world. Imagine if we were trading with Russia, trading with China, trading with North Korea, trading with Iran. If the world could be brought together through trade and diplomacy and business, let's make some deals. Peace can make America great again.
Peace make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
Peace can make America great again.
What about China? Do you think we should work with them? You know, they got those really fast, high-speed trains that go 200 miles an hour.
And that means what? What exactly are they doing with their people?
Well, shouldn't we have those over here?
And the world has to know that America, if you're on our side, we have your back.
That's right.
Whatever cost. And we are strong. We never lost a war. We never will lose if we stand on God's side.
Peace in Korea.
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 For the Center for Political Innovation, we have a message of true patriotism, true love for the American people, opposing war and destruction, and believing in humanity, love for our brothers and sisters, against the hateful ideology of Zionism, for brotherhood and solidarity of all people. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Get your Palestine right here. Free Palestine.
I got to do one. That's right. All the tea.
I mean, a lot of people receptive to this.
Slow down, guys. Slow down. Free Palestine! Money for jobs and schools in America, not Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. We are out here with a message of hope, optimism, and true patriotism against the crimes of the Zionist occupiers.
Actually, this is one of the better places to be doing this because literally it's the left coast.
Yeah. No, as it turns out, people don't hate us here. That's pretty much the opposite of what I expected based on our track record.
Well, you know, it's important to remember that the people in Portland are your team.
Careful with the American flag.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember I'm small.
All right, we're here. All right. All right. All right. Make it all wet. Just gotta go. Make it all wet. Hello?
Did the volume go down? Is there a volume knob on it?
All right.
On. LED. Check.
No,
Check.
that doesn't sound good.
All right, I'll just.
Yeah.
Can you do one hand or?
Yeah, I got it. I'll put it on my.
All right, we're having an event this weekend. Tools for America, Not Weapons for Israel. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We think the USA could be reborn with a new society where people come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. Check out the Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be a great conference happening this weekend in Oregon City. It's going to be awesome. We're putting up flyers everywhere. We are for jobs and schools and health.
And as I said, war brings out the worst in people. You know, my grandfather, he fought in the Second World War, and he went into the U.S. Marine Corps. He was from a small town in Missouri, and he and all the other young men from his small town in rural Missouri, they went into the U.S. Marine Corps. And my grandfather hated the U.S. Marine Corps. And he would see a billboard for the Marines, or he would hear the Marine anthem, and he would get angry. He would be visibly angry. He hated the basic training that they went through. It was very brutal. And he went through basic training, and they gave him an IQ intelligence test, and he tested pretty high, and so they switched him into the U.S. Navy. And he was an officer in the U.S. Navy. So then after the war, he went to meet up with all the young men who had fought with him in the U.S. Marines. But he couldn't meet with them because they were all dead. All of them had died except for one. And he met with the one surviving member of his unit in the U.S. Marines. And the guy was visibly not well. And in the conversation they had when they had dinner, he bragged to my grandfather about all the gold that he had pulled out of the teeth of Japanese corpses during the war. And my grandfather heard that, and he was just hurt by that. But my grandfather was in the U.S. Navy. He was a Navy officer during the war. And he also told us the story of how one day he was getting his hair cut. And he was getting his hair cut, and a torpedo hit the front of his ship, blew the front of the ship off. And then, as he was right there getting his hair cut, he gasped as a torpedo came through the wall and didn't explode. Right there as he was getting his hair cut, and it didn't go off. And in that moment, he thought he was going to die, and a couple men had died when the torpedo hit the front of the ship, and he survived. And my grandfather, the visceral hatred he had for the U.S. Marine Corps, that was a result of seeing the very same things that motivated Joyce Kilmer, the very same things that Rosa Luxemburg wrote about and was describing when she wrote about socialism or barbarism. She said that imperialism, left unhinged up to its natural capacity, would lead to desolation, degeneration, depopulation, and a great cemetery in Europe. It would lead to civilizations coming apart. She was describing what Friedrich Nietzsche talks about when he talks about the blonde beast, and how by becoming a colonizer and an imperialist, the Western man was losing any pretense of being civilized, any moral code. And it was becoming the law of the jungle once again. Might makes right, cruelty, the thriving of the most sadistic and vicious elements. That's what imperialism was leading to. And in imperialist wars, we see that ugliness come out. And that's what drives a lot of the pessimism that we saw in the lead up to the First World War. But Marxism is the opposite of that. Marxism is a celebration of human creativity. Frederick Engels, he said, "The animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. But man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends, masters it. And this is the final distinction between man and other animals. And it is labor that brings about this distinction." What's he saying there? He's saying that ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5, 6, 7, 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones, and we are constantly reinventing our relationship with our environment. We are constantly expanding our population, expanding our living standard, providing a more comfortable life. And that this is what makes human beings unique, is that we are constantly reinventing our relationship with nature to build a better life. And no other species that we're aware of anywhere in the universe is capable of doing what human beings are capable of doing. This is a godlike creative power.
As I lay in my bed asleep, a dreadful draught in my mind I drew. I dreamed of a lady and her young man, and he was known as Young Andrew. The moon shone bright and it cast fair light. Welcome, says she, my honey, my sweet, for I have loved thee 7 long years, and now at last we've the chance to meet. And then he took her in his arms, kissed her on both cheek and chin, and twice or thrice he pleasured her before the two must part again. Says she, good sir, you've had your will. You can demand no more of me. Remember what you said before. Take me to church and marry me. Fair maid, I can't do as I would, but my sweet love, if you love me, go home and fetch your father's gold, and I'll go to church and marry thee. This lady's gone to her father's home, and well she knew where his gold lay. She's counted out £500, back to her love she's away. She gave it all to young Andrew, with chains and jewels no gold could buy. Then he took her by the lily white hand, and he led her up to a hill so high. She wore a gown of velvet black, a pitiful sight as ye shall see. Take off your velvet gown, for no foot further you'll go with me. She took off her gown of velvet black, full many a salt tear did she cry, and in a robe of finest silk she stood before young Andrew's eye. Take off your silken robe, your finery shall go with me. I'll take it for my lady fair, who I love more than I love thee. Then she took off her silken robe, full many a salt tear did she cry. In a petticoat of scarlet red, she stood before young Andrew's eye. Take off your petticoat, for even that shall go with me. I'll take it for my lady fair, where she does dwell in a far country. She says, remember, young Andrew, that you were once of woman born, and for that child that Mary bore, pray let me keep my petticoat on. O lady fair, I know it well, that I was once of woman born, yet for no child that Mary bore will I let you keep your petticoat on. Then he pulled forth a Scottish sword, and he held it there in his right hand. Says, will you die on my sword's point, or naked go back home again? My father is a right good earl, as any in this whole country. If ever he your body takes, it'll flower on a gallows tree. And I have 7 brothers, says she. Oh, hardy men and bold are they, if ever they your body take, you'll never see another day. Though your father is a right good earl, as any in this whole country, he never shall my body take, a fly so fast across the sea. Though you have 7 brothers, says he, and hardy men and bold are they never shall my body take, across the hills I'll fly away. This lady's gone to her father's home, where everyone their rest did take, all but the Earl, her father dear, who lay awake for his daughter's sake. She stood there naked at the door. Who's there? Her father called within. It is your daughter, Helen, she cried. I pray you, rise and let me in. But up and spoke her father dear, no, I'll not rise and let you in. You'll never enter through that door till you bring me back my gold again. Oh, father dear, your gold is gone. I cannot bring it back again. Then naked you came into this world, and naked you return again. She stood there quaking on the ground, until her heart it burst in 3, and in the morning she was was found, stone cold dead beneath a tree. And when her father he got up, this pitiful sight that he might spy, his naked daughter lying dead, the salt tears trickled from his eye. I set so much store by my gold, and now my daughter's lost today, like flowers fading in the frost. This poor old man would waste away. These 7 brothers, they then rose up and chased young Andrew into Wales. They caught him there by such a wile, he'll tell no more such lying tales. They left young Andrew there for dead. Full son a wolf scented his smell, and she came roaring like a bear, and gaping like a fiend of hell. She finished what the men began. When young Andrew at last had died, the hungry wolf devoured him, the Earl's gold lying by his side.
So as Congress makes up its mind on whether to take military action against Syria, anti-war groups are getting ready to stage protests in Times Square today. Rosa Flores joining me live now from New York. So Rosa, tell us more about the protests unfolding there in New York.
Yeah, well, those protesters are making their way here to Times Square, and I'm actually here with one of the organizers, Caleb from the International Action Center. And I know that you guys are expecting dozens, if not hundreds, of people here. But first of all, explain to us kind of what is your mission? Why are you guys here?
The last thing we need right now is a new war against Syria. Right now, they're cutting food stamps, hospitals are closing, schools are being shut down. There's a budget crisis in this country. We do not need more money for a new war against Syria. Every one of the cruise missiles they would send would cost over $1 million. That could be teachers that could be hired. That could be hospitals that could be opening. But instead, it's blowing up and killing people in another country, and that's not right.
Now, let me ask you about the support that you're getting, because from what I understand, lots of organizations are coming out of the woodwork and asking to be involved. Tell us a little bit about the involvement of other organizations that perhaps would not be, in this case, participating in something like this.
Well, 89% of the U.S. public is opposed to this war. People in this country overwhelmingly oppose an attack on Syria. But that won't mean anything unless people do something about it. If people aren't in the streets and organizing and demonstrating and making clear to the government that they will not let this war pass, that won't mean anything, because we've seen so many times the government not listen to the people and go to war. I don't believe what's coming out about this chemical weapons attack. I have a lot of questions about it. There are a lot of facts that just aren't adding up. And we've heard about weapons of mass destruction before. There's so many lies to take us into war. We don't need a new war. We need jobs, schools, education, and not a new war against the Syrian people. And these rebels that our government and our tax dollars are paying for, they're not good folks, and they're doing awful things there in Syria, and we should not be supporting these rebels. The Islamic Revolution of Iran was a very pivotal event, led to the creation of the Islamic Republic, a country that is now at the center of opposing Israel throughout the Middle East region, one of the main opponents of American imperialism around the world. Now, why is it that at the time of the 1979 revolution in Iran, when many different factions were organizing,
Why is it that Khomeini and his followers were the ones that ended up taking power and leading the country? Well, that's because the main issue in the Islamic Revolution was anti-imperialism, was the fact that Iran had a huge amount of oil, and that oil was under the control of British and American oil companies, while the Iranian people were impoverished. Now, in the 1979 revolution, there were many different communist factions, but none of them were able to take power. Only Khomeini and the Islamic Republic was able to take power. Why? Well, that was because the communists had not been consistent in their anti-imperialism. During World War II, the Tudeh Party, or the Communist Party of Iran, had collaborated with the British when the Soviet Union and the British Empire invaded Iran to overthrow the Shah, who was aligned with the Nazis. And the Maoist communists of Iran, organized into the People's Fedayeen guerrillas, they were aligned with China. And China was a huge supporter of the Shah. They saw the Shah's regime, the US-backed dictator, as an ally against what they called Soviet social imperialism. China welcomed the Shah's wife and family members and gave them heroes' welcomes. So because of the fact that the main Communist Party had collaborated with the British, and because of the fact that China was backing the brutal dictator in the name of opposing the Soviet Union, Khomeini and the Islamic revolutionaries, the Ayatollahs, they took power because they were the ones that were trusted, because they had been consistently anti-imperialist for decade after decade after decade. With their conservative Shia Muslim views, they had always consistently opposed the imperialists. And that's why they were trusted by the Iranian people. And that's why they lead the Islamic Republic today.
That other species do not have. And that's something to celebrate. And that's something to be optimistic about. And Marxism teaches us that hunter-gatherer civilization was around for a long time, but we got too good at hunter-gatherer civilization. With our sticks and rocks, we were killing animals pretty effectively. With our ability to track, plants grow, our ability to gather fruits and nuts, we got good at it, so there was a scarcity. So we reinvented our relationship with nature, and we started growing our own crops and domesticating animals. We reinvented our relationship to get to a higher mode. And feudalism was an outmoded system, and so again, we had another social revolution to get us to a higher mode of existence so we could create and build better things. And Marxism has us understanding what the problem that we're in right now is, because we need to be very clear about what is driving the crisis. This is one thing that it's basic Marxism. If you read old pamphlets from the 1930s, if you asked Anna Louise Strong or William Z. Foster or Huey Long or even Fred Hampton, they would tell you this in a heartbeat. They knew this stuff. They knew it like the back of their hand. But no one talks this way anymore, except for the Center for Political Innovation. We're the only ones that talk about this. The communist parties around the world that make up the World Anti-Imperialist Platform, they say in their documents that the crisis facing society is a crisis of overproduction. That's what it is, and it's pretty basic, which is that the capitalist is constantly trying to produce as many goods as he possibly can and pay the worker as little as he possibly can in the process of doing it. And then the worker doesn't have enough to buy back what he produces. And in a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing, because this job called driving wouldn't be necessary and human labor would be much more productive. But in capitalism, self-driving cars would lead to, as Andrew Yang put it, riots in the streets. It would be a society-wide crisis. And the fact that we're just a couple years away from self-driving cars is hanging over our economy as a curse. This isn't rational. In systems of the past, you've all heard me say it before, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Only under capitalism are people homeless because there is too much housing. Systems of the past, people were hungry because there wasn't enough food. But only under capitalism are people hungry because there is too much food. The little boy says to his father, "Why is it so cold?" He says, "Because I lost my job at the coal mine." He says, "Why did you lose your job at the coal mine?" He says, "I got laid off." And he says, "Why did you get laid off from your job at the coal mine?" He says, "Because there's too much coal." That's capitalism. That's the problem with capitalism. And the artificial intelligence computer revolution, the great dynamic breakthroughs in human intelligence that we've created, they They have outstripped the narrow limits and restraints of the capitalist system. Human creativity and human ability to reinvent our relationship with Mother Nature, to strive for a higher and more efficient mode of production, is no longer able to fit into the narrow restraints of an economy where profit for private owners defines production. And that is what is driving the crisis that is leading to dropping living standards around here. That is what is causing the crisis of global migration. That is what is causing the capitalists of the United States to become more aggressive and push for a new world war around the world. That is what is causing the capitalists of the United States to fight with each other like they've never fought before in generations. It's all rooted in this problem of overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit.
So we have, at this point, in Moscow, the dominant force is associated with a formerly deposed president of the Soviet Union, Podgorny, who is for a confrontationist policy against the United States in the Third World. And you have, in the United States, a counter-administration, when it's not committing treason and genocide, is seeking a confrontation with the Soviet Union of the Third World. We are on a collision course in which the general policy of the world is now toward genocide, worse than Hitler's. And as an added feature, you have the two principal powers of the world, the Soviet Union and the United States, on a collision course which leads directly toward thermonuclear war by strategic miscalculation. That's the situation in the world. And that's why Vance orchestrated the taking of U.S. hostages by the Khomeiniac regime in Iran. Now, what's going to tilt this? Visibly, there's only one way, which is clearly visible, by which the world at this time could be swerved off the present course, the present plunge into a genocidal new dark age of humanity. There's only one visible way. And everything is long odds. Anything else. Other things could work, but if you count on them, you're just gambling on the wildest kind of odds. And that is to tilt the internal political processes, the institutionalized political processes inside the United States. Without that, anyone who says the world has a chance or will get by or the next years will work out, that person is just plain ignorant or a fool. There's no other alternative. And the only way you can tilt the process in the United States is to tilt it in terms of the election campaigns. It's the only process. Therefore, as long as the world believes that Bush, Reagan, Connolly, Carter, and Kennedy are the choices for the presidency in 1980, the world will probably not survive, at least civilization as we've known it. Therefore, unless we have a candidacy which is perceived to have institutionalized momentum and potential, which represents an opposite policy, you cannot straighten the world out. You cannot prevent the continued plunge.
Son, what is your name?
David Thompson.
Jesse Jackson what?
David Thompson.
David what? David Thompson. Folks, I want you to meet David Thompson. David Thompson is one of a kind, for which we're grateful. I want to tell you something about David Thompson. Back yonder one day, God hung the worlds in space for David Thompson. Back yonder one day, God put the stars in space for David Thompson. Back yonder one day, God made the great light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and he made the stars also for David Thompson. Back yonder one day, God caused the beast to roam the field for David Thompson, and the fish to swim in the sea for David Thompson, and the birds to fly in the air for David Thompson. I said God made the plant life for David Thompson, and God made animal life for David Thompson, And God carved the gorges for David Thompson. And God called the river to make its reptile crawl toward the ocean for David Thompson. And God made the ponds like teardrops from heaven. He made them for David Thompson. And one day God looked down and saw that David Thompson was going to be a sinner. And what a big sinner he is. And God one day said, David Thompson's going to need a Savior. And so one day the angels came and sang the Annunciation for David Thompson. One day Joseph received the message from the angelic messenger that Jesus was going to come. That was for David Thompson. One day Mary heard the word that she would give birth to the Christ child. And that angel did that for David Thompson. One day, Mary brought forth her firstborn son, wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger for David Thompson. One day, God's son left heaven, laid aside his royal robes, and laid aside the palaces of glory, and came to earth to be hated of men, despised and rejected. He did it for David Thompson. One day, the shepherds watching their flocks by night heard the angels sing, glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. Ladies and gentlemen, that was for David Thompson. One day Jesus was born for David Thompson. He lived for David Thompson. He was despised and rejected of men for David Thompson. He was excommunicated from his own synagogue for David Thompson. He was hated by his own race, crucified by his own creation for David Thompson. He was wrongly indicted for David Thompson. He was wrongly tried for David Thompson. He was wrongly convicted for David Thompson. He was beaten with a cat of nine tails for David Thompson. He dipped his own soul into hell for David Thompson. He saw the Father's backside as the Father turned his back on him. And Jesus cried, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? For David Thompson. He took David Thompson's sins and placed them against his own record and was pronounced guilty for David Thompson. He laid in the grave 3 days and 3 nights, 72 hours for David Thompson. Up from the grave he arose with a mighty triumph over his foes. He arose a victor from the dark domain. He lives forever with his saints to reign, all for David Thompson. He ascended back to the Heavenly Father for David Thompson. At this very moment, he's sitting at the right hand of the Father, interceding for all your dirty, wicked sins, all for David Thompson. He's preparing a mansion in the heavens for David Thompson. Some golden daybreak, Jesus will come. Some golden daybreak, battle's all won. He'll shout the victory, break through the blue. Some golden daybreak for me and you and David Thompson. He's going to reward David Thompson at the judgment seat of Christ. And then he's going to put David Thompson on a white horse. Or is that a black horse? I'm not sure. Put him on a white horse. Can you imagine old black David on a white stallion? He's going to come back to the earth for David Thompson. And Jesus himself shall ascend the royal stairway of Mount Zion, and he shall reign where'er the sun does his successive journeys run. His kingdom shall spread from shore to shore, till the moon shall wax and wane no more, all for David Thompson. And then all of a sudden, the kingdom shall be delivered up to the Father, and David Thompson shall be escorted to his permanent mansion with a body just like the body of Jesus Christ. Hey, folks, do you know who this is? This is the one, the only David Thompson. Wow, man, put her there, buddy. What an honor to shake your hand. Made in the image of Almighty God, for whom Christ came, for whom Christ lived, for whom Christ died, for whom Christ rose again, for whom Christ intercedes, for whom he's coming again. David Thompson. Hey, David, you're somebody. Would you sign my Bible, please? Hey, David Thompson signing my Bible. The one, the only, David Thompson is signing my Bible. Hey, look at there, folks. There's David Thompson's signature right there in my Bible. Wow! Made in the image of Almighty God, a child of the King. God bless you, David. Thank you. Give him a hand, would you please?
So an email has recently come to light, an exchange between Jeffrey Leeds and former Secretary of State Colin Powell, in which he acknowledges that Israel has, quote, he says 200 nuclear weapons. And the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty has not been signed by Israel. Under U.S. law, the United States should cut off support to Israel because it's a nuclear power that has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, according to Colin Powell, correct?
Shouldn't you ask Colin Powell that? I'm not going to speak to this particular traffic, and I'm certainly not going to discuss. So you're saying Israel
doesn't have nuclear weapons?
I'm certainly not going to discuss matters of intelligence from the podium, and I'm not. I have no comment on that.
Okay. Well, the email says the boys in Tehran know Israel has 200, all we targeted on Tehran, and we have thousands. I mean, that seems to indicate that there's a knowledge of an Israeli nuclear program, which would make U.S. aid to Israel illegal.
I think I've answered your question.
Okay, well, let me ask, is that, do I have the correct understanding of U.S. law that we're not allowed to support a nuclear power that has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty?
Look, we obviously support the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. I'm not a legal expert on all the tenets of it, and I'm certainly not going to speak about the details that you've revealed here in this email traffic. That would be inappropriate for me to discuss one way or the other. I'm not going to do it.
There are sanctions imposed on North Korea in response to their nuclear proliferation. There were sanctions put on Iran in response to allegations of nuclear proliferation. And now we have this email from Colin Powell saying that Israel has 200 nuclear weapons. Why is Israel not facing any consequence for this?
That's a very colorful way of getting back to the same question you just asked me. But I'm going to refer you back to the transcript when you see it this afternoon to what I said before to your question. Saeed?
You're familiar with this email, right?
I'm not.
Oh.
I have not seen it. I can't speak to the email, and frankly, even if I'd seen it, sir, I wouldn't engage in that kind of a discussion from the podium.
And the answer isn't degrowth. The answer isn't to go backward. The answer isn't to say there's something inherently wrong with human progress. The answer is to say that we need to liberate the creativity of the next generation from the artificial restrictions and the narrow restraints of the profit system. One thing that we see a lot of now is frustrated, creative youth. Young people, young men, young women, who know that they're capable of doing something great. There's probably a young person right now sweeping the floor at McDonald's or doing some other job where they're miserable, and they're saying to themselves, I'm miserable because I know I could be doing something beautiful right now. I could be designing something, I could be studying engineering, I could be studying science, I have something to contribute. But all my society has given me is a low-wage, short-term service sector job. It's given me a phone to dazzle me. It's legalized all kinds of drugs that I can use and screw myself up with. And my potential is not being utilized. Exactly. And that is a frustration that so many young people have in this country right now. Right. They say young people are lazy, they don't want to do anything. Bullshit. Exactly. When people are 19 years old, 20 years old, 22, 23, that's when they want to go out and do things. Yeah. But because some boss can't make a profit hiring them to do it, they don't get to do it. Exactly. And they exist in this state of frustration, going, I'm capable of something more. I have potential inside of me, and my society isn't letting me get it out. And that feeling is all over this country. And if you want to talk about all the problems that we've got with opioids and suicide and shooters and all of that, you look at that frustrated creativity. When people want to go build and create and build into the future, and they're told, no, just go the other way, it's the worst feeling in the world. I'm a little older now. I'm not officially a youth anymore. Did you know that? I'm going to be 36 in a few days, and I'm not officially a youth anymore, but I know what it's like to be a frustrated, creative young person. And that's how I found out about this guy. So I was a frustrated, creative teenager in Ohio. I was 13, 14 years old, and I was bored, and so I got on the internet, and I thought that I would look and see if in the little town in Ohio that I grew up in, it's called Orrville, it's where Smucker's jelly comes from, you can look it up, right? Home of Bobby Knight, the basketball coach, that's the celebrity that we claim. I'm from Orrville, Ohio, and I just thought I would Google on the internet to see if there had ever been another communist from Orrville, Ohio.
And I thought, you know, has there ever been anyone in the history of my little town of 10,000 people who was a communist? And I Googled and I found out about Carl Geiser. And that's this man, Carl Geiser. And Carl Geiser was born in Orrville, Ohio. And he went to Orrville High School, and he was a pretty high achieving student, so he went to Cleveland State University and he studied electrical engineering. And he graduated and he became an electrical engineer. But the United States was having, at that point, a Great Depression. There weren't many jobs for electrical engineers. But there was another country where there were a lot of jobs for electrical engineers. And that was the Soviet Union. And he went over to the Soviet Union to help Stalin set up those new hydroelectrical power plants that they were building and help electrify parts of the country that had never had it before. And he was over there in the Soviet Union building and constructing, and he was blown away by what he saw. And he came back to the United States from the Soviet Union, and he joined the Communist Party of the United States of America. And Carl Geiser joined the Communist Party. It's a guy from my town, because he saw what socialism was achieving. A lot of people joined the Communist Party back in that time, right? I mean, it wasn't something, he was the only one to have done that. But what made Carl Geiser unique, the reason he's got a Wikipedia page and he's, you know, remembered, is Carl Geiser signed up to join the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Woo! When fascists were looking to overthrow the Spanish Republic, the communists of Spain called for their comrades around the world to come and volunteer to fight fascism in Spain. And so thousands of young American men went to Spain and fought. And Carl Geiser was actually taken prisoner. And he was a prisoner of war in fascist Spain. And he almost died. If they had found out what his rank actually was, they would have shot him. But his comrades concealed his rank and did not reveal how high up he was, so they didn't execute him. And eventually Roosevelt got him traded back to the United States in a prisoner exchange. And he came back to the United States, and he's a hero of the Spanish Civil War, a leader of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. When you think about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, that points to an aspect of our movement that it's really important to understand. There's a famous writer named Sherwood Anderson. You ever heard of Sherwood Anderson? He wrote Winesburg, Ohio. He was a novelist. And at one point, Sherwood Anderson was asked, what's the difference between a socialist and a communist? What's the difference? And he said, I don't know the technical difference, but it seems to me like the communists, they're the ones who mean it. And what he was pointing to was the fact that when we do something, we really do it. In the early 1930s, the understanding was that the Social Democrats and the Reformists, the sellout leaders who had sold out the revolution in Germany, that were leading workers to oppose the Soviet Union in the name of socialism, that they were the main threat. And it was necessary to expose the Social Democrats and the Reformists. And so when that was the line of the Communist International, we didn't just half-ass oppose the Social Democrats. We didn't just sort of oppose the Social Democrats. We went all in. We really opposed the Social Democrats because we understood that that was what was necessary. And so all over the world, communists went into class against class mode to expose the Social Democrats and build a united front from below because we understood that that was the correct tactic. And then we know that after the rise of Hitler, and as the situation changed, the line changed. And it became correct to align with the Social Democrats in a united front against fascism. And when that line changed, we didn't just half-ass align with them against fascism. What did we do? We built the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and went and fought in Spain. We had the Battle of Cable Street in London. We built huge anti-fascist mobilizations. We are the reason Roosevelt won the 1936 presidential election. When we do something, we do it hard. We do it hard. There was a labor leader who once remarked, he said, if it's 3 in the morning at your labor union hall and there's 2 guys running the mimeograph machine, you can bet at least one of them is a communist. And the people who criticize our movement, right, this is a really common critique from Trotskyites, is they'll say, well, hey, they zigzag, you know, they're always reversing themselves. You know, they do this and then they do that. Yeah, if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. And sometimes what's correct on Monday is not correct on Tuesday, and it's not correct on Wednesday, and you have to change your tactics. And when you're as dedicated as we are, and when you never half-ass these things, when you take it very seriously, when you are fully committed to achieving what we aim to achieve, it can look a little strange to people who don't get it. And they can go, well, one day you're running this way, and the next day you're running this way. Yes, and every way that we run, we're running hard because we understand that it's necessary and that it must be done. You'll remember 9/11, the September 11th attacks. And after 9/11, the country was kind of whipped up into a frenzy of patriotism. Some of us, it's interesting to think, some of us weren't even born yet at that point, but the country was whipped up into a frenzy of very frightening patriotism. It was, you know, my country, right or wrong. George W. Bush said that you're either with us or you're against us, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. You know, there were flags everywhere and military parades everywhere, and it was quite frightening. And in that moment, the organized political left completely dropped the ball and made what I consider to be one of their greatest blunders, was that if you listen to what Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky and Ward Churchill said in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, you would think that Osama bin Laden was Ho Chi Minh. You would think that Osama bin Laden was Che Guevara. The narrative that they had was that America has gone all over the world and committed all these horrendous crimes, true, and that now America has been attacked and some of what America has done to the rest of the world has happened to the United States. Again, true, but it's a problematic narrative because Iraq
that had suffered under horrendous sanctions from the United States, did not attack the United States. China didn't attack the United States. Vietnam did not attack the United States. The people who attacked the United States are people that are U.S. allies. Saudi Arabia was aligned with the United States. And immediately after 9/11, you'll notice that the government of Libya, led by Gaddafi, was very happy to support the United States and even offered to torture prisoners to help the United States catch the perpetrators of 9/11. And the Syrian government was also said, wow, we've been fighting al-Qaeda types for years, and the Saudis have been trying to overthrow us for years, and we would like to help you. And Iraq supported the United States, and Cuba supported the United States. And many countries around the world said, my goodness, we've been dealing with these extremists and fanatics that the USA has been backing against the Soviet Union and against independent and nationalist governments around the world. And now these extremists, kind of like the Contras of Nicaragua, kind of like other extremists the USA has backed around the world, now they've turned around and attacked the United States. So maybe for a moment we can get the United States to understand how bad these policies are of arming these extremists. But the interpretation that the U.S. organized political left had is because it was the United States that was attacked, and because the person who did it was a brown-skinned person from another part of the world, they immediately started sympathizing to some degree or other with the perpetrator. The idea was that somehow the Al-Qaeda were freedom fighters or something like that. And Yuri Kochiyama, who's a very important Asian American activist of Japanese heritage, a friend of Malcolm X, she was in her 80s, she was old, and we can forgive her for this, but she gave a horrendous interview where she compared Osama bin Laden to Malcolm X and Ho Chi Minh and said he's a hero to the people of the world, and that wasn't the case. And you can understand why that message to average Americans didn't go over so well, right? And if the country's just been attacked and people are fearing for their lives and there's hysteria about terrorist attacks, if the message of the left is, well, we deserved it, we're the bad guys, we're the terrorists, you can understand that especially in the age of very simplistic, watered-down politics, where everyone has a very short attention span, the response of people to Noam Chomsky, to Howard Zinn, to Ward Churchill was a hostile one. It was an unfriendly one because they said, look, we feel like we're under threat, we feel like we're under attack, and the organized political left is telling us basically that we deserve it and kind of making statements that imply somehow the people who did it are heroes. You can understand why the left was isolated. And when Bush coming out of 9/11 attacked Afghanistan, he had something like 90% approval ratings for his invasion of Afghanistan, and the organized political left was pretty isolated. Now, the invasion of Iraq was much less popular. Europe opposed it and other forces opposed it. Iraq had nothing to do with the 9/11 attacks, so there was widespread opposition to the war in Iraq. The country at the time of the invasion was about 50-50. But there was a lot of confusion on the left because they had this narrative of we are going to speak truth to power. There was a lot of religious pacifism, a lot of candlelight vigils, and a lot of that settlers mentality that average Americans are the enemy. And Ward Churchill, who was the leading Native American scholar, who became kind of a target of Fox News during these years, Ward Churchill, he wrote his essay, Some People Push Back, where he talked about how he said 9/11 was horrendous, but it logically makes sense because of the U.S. sanctions on Iraq that killed all these innocent people. What would you do if you're an Iraqi? What can you do to wake the Americans up? Well, the thing was, Iraq didn't attack the United States. So, I mean, it's a fallacious essay. And the essay blames average Americans. It says, average Americans know the U.S. government put these sanctions on Iraq. It's killing people. They're not doing anything about it. And it referred to some people in the Twin Towers as little Eichmanns, compared them to, it was a horrendous anti-populist narrative. But it comes out of the 1960s. This is the 1960s political narrative. This is the weather underground that thinks average Americans are pigs. That's how they responded to it. And Ward Churchill, it should be noted, the leading Native American scholar, and he wrote these essays after 9/11 that made him kind of a target for Fox News and the conservatives. But he's also, he was the main effort, one of the main ideologues of Native American support for the Contras in Nicaragua. And he actually went to Nicaragua to work with the Contras against the Sandinistas in the 1980s, published essays justifying Native Americans collaborating with the CIA against the socialist government of Nicaragua. So it kind of makes sense that his analysis of this would be a kind of a wacky and weird one.
Toward a new dark age, toward barbarism. Nothing will stop it. Unless you get in the United States the kind of muscle that says send Vance up the steps of the gibbet and hang the creature for treason. Unless you get that kind of force in motion, We are going, perhaps to World War III, but certainly into a new dark age, just as surely as the world went into 2 preceding world wars. The same general logic, the same contemptible immorality and pragmatism of the politicians, the same capitulation of masses of people, whether to Woodrow Wilson in this country or to other fools in other countries. The masses of people marched like sheep, confident in their leaders, cheering their leaders into World War I. The masses of people in their wisdom and democracy and opinion and judgment marched like sheep into World War II. And the masses of people behind their accepted leaders, in their considered judgment, in their democratic opinion, are right now marching into the hell of a new dark age, led by satanic forces. The only word to describe it. And unless you create, at a crucial point in the world process, some new institutionalized element which will rally forces, change the dynamic, change the direction of the situation, to give humanity an option, reconcile yourself, not to a depression, but if we are lucky enough to avoid thermonuclear war, reconcile yourself to watching people die around the world, maybe half the world's population, maybe more, over the next 20 years, in a new dark age like that, spanning the middle of the 13th to the middle of the 14th century. That's what we're headed for. And unless the only thing which can change this at this time has to come from within the United States, has to become the institutionalization of a new force, challenging, contending credibly such swine as Bush, Reagan, Connolly, Carter, and Kennedy for the presidential nomination and election. Without that, I will not guarantee a new dark age, but I cannot guarantee anything else, and it's coming fast. Now, how do we deal with this situation? I'm obviously talking about my candidates. It is clear. And 55 to 75% of the American people, if they get out of their sheepishness, if we can get them out of their sheep-like behavior, really agree with me vis-a-vis this bunch of treasonous, genocidal swine.
I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense.
She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
So I learned at a very young age the power.
So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
The power.
Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my reelection.
And because of the swipe of my pen, that person could be arrested. They could sit in jail for at least 48 hours. The power.
She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor.
As a prosecutor and law enforcement, I have a huge stick.
The power. Power. They could lose time from work and their family maybe lose their job. They'd have to come out of their own pocket to help hire a lawyer. They'd lose standing in their community. All because of the swipe of my pen.
Usually the job comes with a badge.
The power.
And there is often an artistic rendering of said badge on your stationery. And I have a huge stick.
The power. The power. Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed.
And I have a huge stick.
So I learned at a very young age the power.
Held up the letter, said if you don't go to school, Kamala's going to put you and me in jail.
The power.
Yes, we achieved intended effect.
The power. Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed.
And I have a huge stick.
When you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
And that brings me to a story, or a bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, you know, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets, and a couple of years later they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do, and we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that they, you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. For those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation. I remember the first time I went to a big anti-war rally. And it was in New York City, and I'd never been to New York City. I was 18 years old. Me and my high school buddy, we went up to Cleveland, and we got on a bus from the American Friends Service Committee, the Quakers, and we went to New York City. It was in April of 2006, and it was one of the last anti-war marches before Obama took office, right, of the last years of the Bush administration. And we walked around, and it was a huge anti-war gathering. The Democrats were mobilizing people to march against the war in those days, and this huge anti-war rally. Me and my friend were just in awe. I'd never been to New York City, and I'm looking up at the skyscrapers, and I'm seeing this communist group over here and this communist group over here. And as we got towards the end of the march, I'll never forget, I will never forget, there was a group of old men in wheelchairs on the side of the march. Not a big group. Probably only 5 or 6 of them, if that. They had a big banner. You know what it said? Veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade against the war in Iraq.
Hell.
I was so happy to see that sketch.
My name is Narendra Singh. I'm the president of All Nepal Students Union Socialist. It's a student wing of Communist Party of Nepal.
Wow.
So we are from Nepal and he's our ex-president and central committee member of our party. Nepal is one of the beautiful country in the laps of mountains. It has a very diverse ecology and geography, and there is huge potential naturally, and the people are very kind and hardworking. But our political system and the economic system, it's not working properly. And as the people fought against feudal system and semi-colonial system for 10 years long People's War. But after even the People's War, the new system that has been established, restored, is not working for the working class and for national sovereignty. So that's why there are a number of problems in our country. So we are fighting against that to establish a better, prosperous, and a socialist and prosperous country, Nepal.
So we're here in the food area, and I'm eating with my friend from Tajikistan, as well as with Elizabeth, who's also from the American delegation. And who is our friend?
Lisa.
Lisa. Where are you from, Lisa?
I'm from Tajikistan.
Oh, you're also from Tajikistan?
Yes.
All right, very good. Our friends from Tajikistan.
So the man is in the national costume. He's having dinner, maybe lunch. This is our national food, plov, or we say oshipalov. And here's written Tajikistan in Cyrillic. So we Tajiks love food, culture, and so plov, our national food.
Very good.
Jab. Okay. That's it. Good. One step. Okay. Step. Okay. Jab. No. Yeah. No. Okay. Perfect. One. Jab. One motion. Okay. 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 Jab. Jab.
It's like so attached, but it's totally different now. We have like his close friend here, Secretary Lam. He study in France. We also have another secretary studying in the United Kingdom. And like me, I myself, I study in the UK for 10 years.
10 years?
Yeah, before going back to Vietnam.
Oh, no. Like growing up, did you go to college or university there?
Yeah, I go to, I study college and then university, undergraduate and postgraduate in UK, and then go back to Vietnam to continue my work.
Very nice. It's really cool. It's very awesome to meet.
Like Cyrus Vance or George Bush or Connolly or Reagan, who are all the same thing. There's not a penny's worth of difference between them, even in this age of inflation. Well, as I wrote to our friend, the head of state of a worthwhile country, the way to look at the world today in terms of strategic options is with the example of the case of Alexander the Great in mind. It's obvious Schmidt can't do much more than he's doing. He's a limited man. We appreciate what he represents, but he's not a world leader. He's just a competent statesman, better than what we fear we might get otherwise. Giscard's a little higher quality in terms of culture, intellectual development than Schmidt. But he's no world leader. He's just the best we've got. Indira Gandhi, I hope, will be elected very soon in India. She's a very good and indispensable person, but I know her limitations. We'll go through with the best people in various parts of the world. I know their limitations. They're not going to lead the world out of this mess. They have already failed. They had the opportunities. We told them in many cases what the opportunities were. They lacked the courage and perception to act. And it's their failure when they could have won this fight and stopped this hell. This brought us to this mess. Sure, we had Cyrus Vance arranging the taking of U.S. hostages in Iran. But that could have been stopped, prevented. And don't tell me about Schmidt. I have my grudging respect for his usefulness. Don't tell me about Giscard. I have my grudging respect for the limitations of his courage. Don't tell me about the rest of the leaders of the world. I have measured them, and they have all failed. So don't talk to me about nations. Don't talk to me about the Soviet Union is not going to go along with genocide. They will. Nothing will prevent it. Don't talk to me about mass movements, relevant political forces. Don't give me any of the pragmatic things. They don't work. They've all failed. In fact, they have greased the skids that have led us into this situation. So let us look back to the 4th century BC. Let us look back to the case of Alexander the Great, because that's the key to what I must try to do now. That is the key to the only thing that's going to prevent this sick human race, this civilization which has declared itself morally unfit to survive. It's the only means by which this civilization will survive. It's the only means by which having children is going to mean a thing. What happened in the 4th century BC? Well, the world was in a horrible mess. You had the ugliest of obscenities up to that time. The Persian Empire dominating the world. The allies of the Babylonian cults, which ran the Persian Empire, were running Egypt, the cult of Isis, the cult of Thebes. Greece was in a hideous state. The city-states of Ionia had been crushed. The majority of the forces in Athens were corrupt and rotten. The evil cult of Apollo, of Delphi, ran much of Greece and was already running Rome at that time, which was a little obscure hick town at that point in the Mediterranean. The preponderance of forces in the world was evil, as today. And it was a great scheme afoot, very much like the one world scheme of Bertrand Russell and H.G. Wells and Aldous Huxley and Robert M. Hutchins and all these other UNO-type kooks. These one world, UNO, it's our enemy. First thing you ought to do is shoot that down if you want to defend the United States. Then you can take care of the lesser enemies afterward. They were going to divide the world. They had a new scheme. This old one Persian Empire thing wasn't working out too well. You had to make 2 Persian empires. So they had this grand scheme for doing this. And Philip of Macedon, aided by the agent, this cult agent, Aristotle, as well as others, had the scheme for conquering Greece, putting it under Macedonia, and then using that conquest, using the Greek forces, which are the only qualified fighting troops in the world at that time, and using that thing to carve up the world between an Eastern Persian Empire and a Western Persian Empire, or a Western Empire based on what was called the oligarchical Persian model.
That you all did about the story of Mr. Grosset. You know, that was a beautiful innovation. I think Noah and Killian thought of it on their own, right? You heard it on the stream, and the two of you, whose idea was it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. It was amazing. It was beautiful, right? And it was a beautiful little sketch to show how this guy, who had backward reactionary ideas, was, mugged by reality, by the reality of capitalism, and became a socialist and a revolutionary. And it was a beautiful story, and we need to recreate that sketch at different conferences and different events. We need to do it for different audiences. And we need to come up with different sketches like it, articulating that message. Now, in my History of the Communist Party, I quote from Angelo Herndon's autobiography. He wrote a book called You Cannot Kill the Working Class. And in that book, he talks about, as being a black organizer in the U.S. South, about how the Communist Party dealt with the racism that was deeply entrenched in the communities. He wrote, I remember one white worker, a carpenter, who was one of the first people I talked to in Atlanta. He was very friendly to me.
He came to me one day and said that he agreed with our program, but something was holding him back from joining the Unemployment Council. I said, "What's that, Jim?" I asked him. Really, though, I didn't have to ask because I knew the South, and I could guess. He said, "Well, I just don't figure that white folks and black folks should mix together. It won't never do to organize them in one body." And I said, "Look here, Jim, you know that the carpenters and all the other workers get a darn sight less pay for the same work in the South than they do in other parts. Did you ever figure out why?" He hadn't. "Well," I said, "I'll tell you why. It's because the bosses have got us split up and down here. We Southern workers are as good fighters as anywhere, but we haven't been able to get equal wages with the workers in other places. We haven't gotten any rights to speak of, and that's because we're divided. When the whites go on strike, the bosses call the black people in to scab. And when the black people strike, the bosses call in the white people to scab. Did you ever figure out why the unions here are so weak? It's because whites don't want to organize with black people, and black people don't trust the whites. And we haven't got the simplest human rights down here. We're not allowed to organize. We're not allowed to hold meetings except in secret. And we can't vote, most of us, because the bosses are so anxious to keep the black people from voting, they make laws that take away the right of white workers to vote as well. And we Southern workers are like a house that's divided against itself. We're like an army that goes out to fight the enemy and stops on the way because the men are too busy fighting each other. Take this relief business now," I said. "The commissioners tell the whites they can't give them any more relief because they have to feed so many black people. And the black people ought to be chased back to the farms. And then they turn around and tell the black people that the white people have to come first for the relief, so there's nothing they can do for the black people. And that way they put us off, getting us scrapping with each other. But now suppose the white unemployed and the black unemployed all go down to the commissioner's office together. And they say, 'We are starving, we are all in need, and we've decided to get together into one strong, powerful organization to make you come across with the relief.' Don't you see how foolish it is to go into the fight with half an army when we could have a whole one? Don't you think that an empty belly is a pretty punk exchange for the honor of being called a superior race? Can't you realize that as long as one foot is chained to the ground, the other can't travel very far?" And Jim didn't say anything to me that day. I guess he went home and he thought it over. He came back a week later and he invited me to his house. It was the first time he'd ever had a black person in his house, as a friend and an equal. When I got there, I found 2 other black workers that Jim had brought into the Unemployment Council. And about a month later, Jim beat up a rent collector who was boarding up the house of an evicted worker. And then he went on to organize a committee of black and white together to see the mayor about the case. "Today it's the black worker across town, and tomorrow it'll be me," Jim said to the mayor. And there are a lot of Jims today all over the South. That's Angelo Herndon. And that's why these people who talk about class reductionism, don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because the picket line and class solidarity has been the most effective battering ram against racial division. And they've rewritten the history of the anti-racist struggle to ignore all of that beautiful history. And we have the tough job of putting forward the line that built the tenant unions of the South, the sharecroppers unions, that built the labor movement, right? This kind of class solidarity, putting the needs of the oppressed first so that the whole class can advance, that was the line that created industrial unions in this country. Communists around the world have deep roots in communities. They don't here in the United States. I always tell people, if you want to study the history of American communism, there's 2 groups you can study. One, the Communist Party before World War II, before McCarthyism, right? In the 1930s, when they were big, when they were with Roosevelt. 2, the Black Panthers, right? In the 1970s, they had deep roots in the community.
Everybody else, you know, they haven't really accomplished much, right? You know, maybe you can go back to Eugene Debs or folks that came before the Russian Revolution, but post-1917, there's really only two groups in American history that had significant impact on society. One group might have done something here or something there, but really those are the only two groups that ever had deep roots among the community. But when I go to global communist youth gatherings, I see parties that have millions of members, that have deep roots in communities. I've told this story before, and I'm going to tell it again, because there might be somebody here tonight who hasn't heard it, so I'm going to tell it again. The first time I ever went to a global World Youth Festival, the Global Communist Youth Festival, was in 2013. I went to Quito, Ecuador, and our plane landed in Ecuador, and I was with 5 communists from the United States, and we're there, and they moved us to a special section of the airport where the different communist groups from around the world that were there for the festival were gathering. They had buses that were picking us up, taking us to the festival. And we're all there sitting in the airport. We're trading newspapers. You know, the communists from Vietnam are over here. The communists from Angola are over here. The communists from Sri Lanka are over here. The Venezuelans and the Vietnamese are over here. We're talking with each other. And then the airport starts to get quiet. It gets quiet for a minute. People start whispering that the plane from North Korea has just arrived. And then the whole airport goes silent. And a door flies open. Bam! And they march in perfect unison. And the men are wearing suits and ties, and the women are wearing traditional Korean gowns, and they march in perfect unison. And that whole airport is dead silent. And one person starts clapping. And then another person starts clapping. And then pretty soon I was standing in an airport with thousands of communists who were on their feet cheering for the Kim Il-sung youth of North Korea. And in that moment, tears poured down my face, and I thought about all the Korean people who have died at the hands of our government. And I thought about how I am an anti-imperialist in every ounce of my being, and this is where I belong. That was a great moment in my life I will never forget. I am so happy that we have been selected to attend the World Youth Festival in Russia in 2024. And I'm really happy to have Chris Halali on the National Preparatory Committee working on it with us. And honestly, folks, I expect it won't be as easy as it looks, right? I totally expect the American government to try and outlaw the World Youth Festival, to try to say it's illegal. Now, we are prepared to have a press conference at the United Nations with lawyers and attorneys and others there to say we have the right to attend this festival. We have the right to go meet the youth, not just from Russia, but from Vietnam and China and Cuba and People's Korea and Africa. We have the right to go to that festival just like any other country that we would want to visit as Americans. Because I know what those festivals have meant in my life. I deeply know what they have meant in my life, and I want other people to see it for themselves. I want people to see what real communists look like. Communists who have millions and millions of people in their organizations. Communists who have seats in parliament. Communists who have deep roots in their community. Communists who are standing with Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela against the imperialists. I want people to meet that movement. That is my movement. That is our movement as CPI, and that is the movement that I want everyone in this room to meet and embrace and become the American expression of.
That's a good start, everybody. All right, bring it up a little bit more.
Continue with all the lands that I love. All you One Heart Camp people, you should know this song. Let me hear you sing.
Where will I find
should have 2 flags, I guess. Like a banner in one hand, a flag in the other, and then I need to put these on doors. You know what I mean? Okay. So 1 American flag, 1 Palestine flag, and then a banner between you, and then I'll be putting palm cards everywhere.
So here's, I guess, the question. I just found out.
Anyway. Okay. All right.
Oh, we got a guy in solidarity.
How's this? All right. So we're going to walk around a little bit here downtown. We're promoting a conference that's coming up, an anti-imperialist conference that's happening. Yeah, we're just going to take a walk here. All right, let's walk. How are you? Yeah! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We need jobs, schools, healthcare in America, not war. Not funding of Israeli crimes. Every single one of these missiles that is dropped on the Palestinians, that's money that's taken away from American teachers, from American firefighters, from American schools, American hospitals. Our government is letting this country fall apart while they spend more and more money on bombing and destroying the Palestinians. They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads. We are here saying money for American schools, money for American jobs, not for Israel, not for Israeli crimes, not weapons for Israel, food and health care in this country, not war and destruction in another country. That's what we're here to say. We are here to say that the American people and their needs should come before the needs of the occupiers, of the Israelis. That's what we're here to say. That's what we are here to say today. Somebody else want to do what I'm doing? Want me to switch with one of you?
I'm good for just holding.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so we go.
Yeah, couple blocks up.
Couple blocks up and around. And
yeah.
Then, all right. Cool. I'm just trying to get palm cards out.
Getting ready to plop them on the cars.
Yeah. That's what we're doing. Because we need to get the banner stretched out so it's readable. Yeah. I think we may need to get in the street at some point when the traffic is stopped. Yeah. Free Palestine! We don't have enough money to continue providing services for our people right here while they spend more and more money on Israeli atrocities and funding Israel's crimes against the Palestinians. We're here to oppose that. We're here to oppose that. Jobs and schools in America, not weapons for Israel. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Sucks outside.
It does.
Go ahead, Noah, just a little bit. Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
What?
I got a super here.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Are you CPUSA?
No, we're the Center for Political Innovation.
Okay.
Yeah. You should check us out. There's a couple of them. We're having a convention. It's our national convention. It's going to be on Saturday in Oregon City. So a lot of people are coming to town, so it's going to be good. Good to meet you. My name's Caleb, by the way. What's your name? The weather's starting to slightly improve.
A little bit. It does look like there's a parking lot there.
I don't like it towed.
Money for jobs and schools in America, not weapons for Israel to murder Palestinians. We're out.
The same philosophy that Great Britain or the United Nations organization or the people behind the Carter administration or the kooks down in the crypt of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York, the same kind of kookery. Cults, oligarchical models, we mustn't have too much technology, science is a threat, back to the simple life. Small is beautiful. Let's have a bigger empire. The same kind of cuckoo. It was in this setting that the work of Plato and the conspiratorial organization known as the Academy at Athens developed. And at the point that Philip of Macedon, or Philip the Unspeakable, as we speak of him privately, was about, with his homosexual generals, to take them out of the ways of pederasty for a moment, and to lead the forces already based in Asia Minor down to accomplish this great project, the creation of two Persian empires, that is a one-world arrangement of two empires, two regionalizations. At that point, Philip was assassinated. And in the ensuing affray, Alexander the Great, a protege of the Academy of Athens, advised by them, took over, consolidated his position, and led these pederastic generals who never improved their morality. They were never positive forces for humanity, and led them to destroy the Persian Empire. And during the brief period of his remaining life, to set into motion the greatest city-building project, the greatest project of human development mankind has ever seen in terms of the population and the rate of development involved. Building cities everywhere. There were Alexander cities all over the world, and more planned. Great trade development, great cultural development. Then Aristotelizations poisoned Alexander. And the pederastic sodomy-performing generals took over again and destroyed most of the world. And that great, hideous obscenity called the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire took over and plunged humanity in the course of existence into a dark age, a genocidal dark age of famine, relieved by cannibalism, epidemic, and homicidal social chaos. And out of this process, the Neoplatonics managed to save civilization, which, such as it is, we have today. We're about to lose. Now, we must look at the world today, not in terms of which good countries as objective entities have the right presidents and ruling parties, and do they represent the majority, and can they run the world, and are we safe? It ain't going to work that way.
Getting working people to realize their own economic interests. And they have a word for that, right? If you want to raise the minimum wage, or if you want Medicare for all, you're a class reductionist. That's their term.
What?
Immediately they scream class reductionist.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know what it means. But if you want to fight for economic justice, you're a bad person. You're a class reductionist. And they have all kinds of lists of accusatory names they throw at people. And one of them is if you believe in economic justice, if you raise economic issues, you don't focus on the culture war, you're a class reductionist.
That is that's well, what I enjoy telling people is that when you hear people who say they're on the left in the United States, and they say things like, "Oh, we have to organize along class lines," right? We have to organize. You'll even hear the knuckleheads at TYT say this thing. We have to organize along class lines. They have no idea what that means. And if they do, they're just blatantly lying, because they do not mean what organizing along class lines means. Is that you organized with people in the same class, meaning whatever political stripe they come from, meaning if they're a libertarian or a socialist or a Republican or a boogaloo boy or a socialist or a communist, all those people have to come together. That's called, so it's just like when you organize in a union. I've been in unions my whole life. The way you don't organize a union is you don't go to the shop floor and go, who here's a boogaloo boy? You're out. Who here's a Proud Boy? You're out. Who's here as a libertarian gun nut? You're out. Who here's a Trump voter? You're out. Okay, who's left? Now we're going to organize against the man with you people. That's not how organizing works. It's only powerful when you get people who totally disagree with each other to agree on something. And that's when change really happens. Like when we had the Medicare for All march this summer, people were complaining that there's some right-wingers on stage. That's because Medicare for All means Medicare for all, and that's when you can actually pressure government, when you have people from all different stripes of politics combined and converging on one idea. That's how you make something happen, which is why the Black Panthers teamed up with the KKK in Las Vegas to get their welfare checks back. That's why they killed Fred Hampton. Why did they kill Fred Hampton? Because he was organizing black people? No, because Fred Hampton was organizing Southern racist whites with black people in Chicago, and they were realizing they had more in common than they had separate and different, and that's when they killed Fred Hampton. So that's the thing that they can have, and that's what people who say we have to organize along class lines, when you hear somebody at the Young Turks say we have to organize, they don't mean it for a second. They hate people who are in the different political party than they are and in the same class. They hate those people, and in fact, their business model is built on clickbait, hating those people. So would you like to comment on that?
Well, sure. And, you know, the biggest cure in U.S. history for racism has always been the picket line. When black workers and white workers see they have a common economic interest, this breaks down the divisions. It was the CIO and in their effort to spread unions, it was that broke down the racial divisions. When the Communist Party in the 1930s was going into the auto plants and the steel mills, often they would break down historical divisions among workers and build multiracial unions. You hear about in the South when the sharecroppers were organizing, how William Z. Foster and Gus Hall would go to a town and give a speech, and how the white workers would rip up their Ku Klux Klan cards and say, my enemy isn't the black people, my enemy is the plantation owners and the capitalists and the big bankers. That is how you overcome racism, is getting people to see they have something in common, bringing people together. It's through those kinds of struggles that you can break down inequality and that people can see that they have more in common. And by creating artificial divisions ahead of time and discouraging economic struggle, you're setting the stage for the opposite. You're setting the stage for basically whipsawing the population. There's an old device they call a whipsaw, right? And it's like a two-man saw. And when one guy's pushing, the other guy's pulling. And when one guy's pulling, the other guy's pushing. That's kind of what they're doing right now in the United States. They want one section of the population to think that they can only gain at the expense of another section of the population. And then they go to the other section and say, oh, you can only gain at the expense of the other one. And we've got working people all throughout the United States pushing and pulling on each other in a culture war. And we're all getting poorer. And their agenda of creating a low-wage police state marches ahead. And we got to have class solidarity. We got to go against it. Fred Hampton is a great example of that kind of work.
Low-wage police state. That is exactly what they're pushing for. Well, anyway, great work on this. BreadTube Serves Imperialism, Examining the New Brand of Internet Pseudo-Socialism by Caleb Maupin. It's available at Amazon and all the places where you can buy books. Do you have a website?
Sure. I'm at calebmaupin.com, but you can also check out, I work with a think tank called the Center for Political Innovation. We're at cpiusa.org. We're trying to bring people together, try to formulate an economic program to rescue the United States from the crisis we're facing. cpiusa.org. It's the Center for Political Innovation.
Jobs and schools here in America, not weapons for the Israeli murderers. That's what we're here to say. Absolutely. We're having a convention this weekend. We're out here saying free Palestine, free Palestine. We're here to say that this country could have a whole great future beyond imperialism. Beyond the rule of the big corporations and banks and monopolies, we could rebuild this country and make it into something beautiful. The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need, and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers. We are opposed to the system that spreads war and spreads destruction across the planet to enrich a small group of billionaire monopolies. And that includes backing up Israel and its crimes against the Palestinian people. We are for a whole new society, a new America, where the working class controls the means of production, the banks, factories, and industries. A new America where human needs come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. A new America where innovation and scientific advances are being carried out and promoted. That's what we're for. A whole new America under the rule of working people. That's what we're out here to promote today.
Decolonizing the Starbucks here.
This is Starbucks. Decolonize Starbucks, eh?
We're having our national convention this weekend in Oregon City. Some great speakers are going to be there, and we are here to stand up. We believe we could have a new America beyond the rule of billionaires and bankers, beyond the rule of monopoly corporations.
Sorry.
Set up for political innovation, jobs and schools for America, not weapons for Israel. Free Palestine, solidarity with the people of the world in their struggle against imperialism. That's what we're out here to say. Join us. It's going to be a great event in Oregon City this weekend. Dare to struggle, dare to win. A world beyond imperialism. Money for jobs and schools in America, not for Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. Join us. Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be good. Let's roll.
The tank.
Jobs for America, not for Israel.
Hi.
Weapons for Israel shouldn't take priority over American jobs and schools and health care. We need a whole new America for working families. Jobs, health care, and education, not crimes and bombing and destruction. That's what we are out here to say. Free Palestine. Stop the attacks on the Palestinian people. End the destruction of Gaza. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Good times, huh?
You see that guy all mad about
Internet shit.
tankies?
Tankies.
Did he say Mildred?
That's what he said, yeah.
Oh my God, that's thought slime.
What he's talking about. Where this is real life. It's not his favorite internet show. No one
He was a whisper. No one else was caring. They were all just
Yeah, they're all just like, yeah, okay. I'm not.
He very much wanted to be the main character. He wanted that to be his moment that he got
I said
added
hi
to
to
the
him.
MCU.
We're out here
I go,
talking about-
hi.
We're all out here talking about Gaza and
Yeah.
talking about internet stuff. So it's going to be a great event this weekend. Check it out.
Again, he wanted his entry into the Vouch CU or whatever. The
All right.
Cinematic universe.
The destruction of Gaza, the murder of children being carried out by Israel right now is something we oppose. It is bad for the Palestinians. It is bad for the people of the world. It's also bad for America. We envision a whole new society beyond the rule of corporations and banks. An America for working families, people before profits. That's what we are out here to talk about here in Portland, Oregon. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Hands off the Palestinian people. Jobs, schools, health care for America, not more money for Israeli crimes against the people. We are here as the real patriots, the people who really love America, to say that American funding of Israeli war crimes is unacceptable. Jobs, schools, and health care. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
It's all one ways.
Free Palestine!
I mean,
How much support we're getting?
you have tons of support. It's awesome.
This is great. We are here to stand up for America. Jobs, schools, and health care for Americans, not bombs and weapons for Israel to kill Palestinians.
Despite all our differences, there is something that unites us. In Russia, we call this our traditional values. This is the foundation of our life, something that we all have in common. We are all equal from the moment we are born, thanks to our mother and father. This is how people are born. There is no other way, even with modern technology. We are all born equal. But here comes the question, are we growing up, developing equally? Unfortunately, no. There are no equal conditions in the world for everyone. And that is the main injustice of today's world. Is it possible to secure equal conditions for everyone to grow and develop? I don't know. But what I do know is that we should all strive for this. Even the very fact of striving to make the world more democratic, more stable, balanced, and safer.
Was it warm enough? Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely warm, and the hospitality is great. Seeing the enthusiasm of the volunteers, we're just so excited for the festival to begin, and they're high-fiving us all and welcoming us. There's a glowing optimism that comes from this event.
El acto de la juventud con Chávez desde Sochi y con Nicolás. Quiero también acompañar el señor embajador, el excelentísimo embajador de la República de Honduras. Me acompaña aquí Juan Ramón Elvir.
Revolucionario, saludo solidario y revolucionario. Dale esa.
Fidel Castro, Lenin, Mao Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Fidel Castro, Lenin, Mao Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Fidel Castro, Lenin, Mao Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Fidel Castro, Lenin.
And I think this festival is a very noble tradition, and I'm really glad that the Russian president has opted to continue this tradition from the Soviet period that has changed the lives of literally millions of people in the world and brought them into a movement for a new world beyond imperialism.
Socialista, sin federalista, América Latina va a ser toda socialista.
La esperanza es la retina, la esperanza es el calibre, y para que el alma vibre por encima de la piel, ¡vivan Chávez y Fidel! ¡Viva Palestina libre!
Free, free Palestine! 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 Free, free Palestine!
Vive tu vida.
Jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
And get ready for this one. So at that World Youth Festival that I was at in 2013, I was talking with communists from Japan, right? And I did not know a lot about communism in Japan, but the Japanese Communist Party is a pretty large communist party. Now it's become Euro-communist and reformist in recent years, but I learned a lot from these communists from Japan. One thing I learned from them is that, in Japan, the communists don't talk a lot about Hiroshima and Nagasaki because the people who do talk about it tend to be apologists for Japanese fascism. So, they try not to talk about it as much. Another thing I learned from them is that during the Second World War, the majority of the members of the Japanese Communist Party were Korean slaves. Did you know this? They were Koreans that had been taken from the Korean Peninsula as slaves and forced to work in Japan. And do you know what the Japanese Communist Party that was majority Korean at that time, do you know what they did? They were making weapons, making bombs and torpedoes and all of that. Do you know what they did? They went out of their way to sabotage, to make sure that some of those shells didn't explode, to make sure that some of those bombs didn't go off, to make sure that some of those torpedoes didn't go off. When I heard that story, I had to think of my grandfather.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about it. I might not be standing here if it wasn't for some amazing Korean communists. And it's realizations like that, and weird coincidences like that with Carl Geiser over the years that have gotten me to realize that there's a reason I'm doing this. I'm here for a reason. I'm doing this. I think God put me on this earth for a reason. I'm here serving a purpose. And I mean, we can tell the stories, but do you know why all those people are so great and so remembered? It's because of what they did, what they accomplished in the real world. Fred Hampton built a free breakfast program. He organized the people of Chicago into a rainbow coalition, and for that, he was such a threat to the American status quo that he was murdered. Huey Long, the leader in Louisiana, who Huey Newton, the founder of the Black Panthers, is named after, said, "Every man a king
He built roads and highways all over the state. He was so loved for the programs that he provided. He built the Share Our Wealth movement all over the country, and he was shot down. William Z. Foster, the leader of the American Communist Party, who organized an organization with unemployment councils and trade unions, and amazing dynamic leader, writer. You know, I always encourage people to study his works, but he was a brilliant trade unionist and organizer. Anna Louise Strong, I just read you her beautiful work. They're all great because of what they did. They're not great because somebody came along and gave them a title. They're not great because somebody came along and put a crown upon their head and said, "You are the one." That's not how it works. And folks, one of the saddest things I've seen in our movement is that there are people that have been doing this for a long time that know that it's time for somebody to step up to the plate. Right? When AOC got into office, remember that? I remember when AOC got in there, and you know, I met so many older folks who went on delegations to Cuba and went on delegations to Nicaragua, and they tried so hard to like AOC. They wanted to like AOC. You know, she's young, she's good looking, and she says she's a socialist. Maybe she can be good. Maybe she can be good. Well, she wasn't good, was she? No. But they tried. They wanted there to be somebody that they could believe in. And look, I have to say this. And it's not what people like to hear. And I've heard a million excuses from people about why it's not the case, but you just have to acknowledge it. People who've been waiting for years for a real socialist movement that is really trying new ideas and really expanding and really building deep roots among the community and really aiming high and not just in the same old, you know, hamster wheel of doing the same old thing. Those folks shouldn't be waiting any longer, because that organization is right here in this room. You're the ones you've been waiting for. This organization is what you've been looking for. And you can make so many excuses about why we're not it. I'm sure that we're all not the right kind of LGBTQ, XYZ. We're the wrong nationality. We're from the wrong part. We have the wrong words, whatever. But you cannot deny that we are here, and we are doing it, and we're getting better at it, and they have thrown everything they can at us to make us stop, and if we were going to stop, we would have stopped by now. Yeah. And if we were a fraud, if we were one of their plants, they'd be making it a hell of a lot easier for us, wouldn't they? They have thrown everything they can at us, but we keep coming back, and we have proved that we won't back down. We won't go away. We won't fade away. We are what people have been waiting for.
Nothing to gain. They are playing with our lives. They are playing with American lives. The way out is not war, it's peace and development. Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine! Defund Ukraine!
It cannot. The people are ignorant, including the people of the United States. They may be educated, literate, but they're morally and intellectually ignorant and miseducated. This people of the United States is, in terms of its present orientation, its behavior like sheep, is morally unfit to survive. It may have the potentials to become morally fit to survive, but in terms of its behavior, its political behavior, what it tolerates from the press, what it tolerates from the media, what it tolerates in making homosexuality a political cause, and that it tolerates drugs. This people, in terms of its practice, has reached the point that in terms of that practice is morally unfit to survive. So don't tell me what candidate the people like. Their opinion has no weight with me. The question is, do the people have the ability to overcome such stupidity and to manifest those better qualities which lie within them, waiting to be evoked, and can I help evoke them? Don't tell me about France. Don't tell me about Mexico. Don't tell me about movements in Africa or Asia or any place else. I know them all. And I've measured them and found them wanting. Today, what is required is an implementation of the same principle exemplified by the Alexander Project of the Academy of Athens. What is necessary is not to assemble a majority of people for the right cause. That would be desirable, but you're not going to make that majority that easily. The majority of people are either evil or they are simply corrupted like sheep, and they will not respond on that basis. The only way you're going to move the world is to move it. Just as Alexander moved armies which were full of sodomy and kept them too busy to become pederastic at the moment. Engaged them in battles which they would not have conceived and which they did not want to fight, but the very force of motion compelled them to do that. And so by keeping the forces in the correct motion, even though the force's nature would prevent them from doing good, evil was compelled to do good because it was so moved to do against its will. And that's the way we're going to move this world, on momentum. Momentum around a leadership which is self-consciously understands how to do that. That's why I must become President of the United States. Now, I do not propose to make the United States an empire. I am not an ambitious person. I am merely hubristic. And there is a distinction. I propose that by taking the presidency over the next 9 years or 8 years in office, that in the presidency I shall lead the world. I shall take nations and heads of state, unwilling instruments, and I shall compel them to do good by forcing them to move in the direction where I know how to use the power of the United States to force them to move. We are going, for example, I'm going to do what Roosevelt promised to do in 1940-42. What Franklin Delano Roosevelt, of all people, promised to do, I'm going to do it. He said, and prohibition. No, put the drug interest in jail, among other things. Now, Roosevelt promised to Churchill at the Atlantic meeting and the Casablanca meeting. He said, no more will the United States fight world wars to save the British Empire in any shape or guise. No more will the United States tolerate the British system, whether colonial or neo-colonial. No more will the United States tolerate the economics of Adam Smith in any part of the world.
Greetings, everyone, and Happy New Year. This is my annual report about what the Center for Political Innovation has done in the year of 2023. Now, we've had scores of new members join, and we've engaged in all kinds of very serious activities aimed at spreading anti-imperialism and a message of revolutionary hope and optimism among the American people. I will quickly go over some of what we accomplished in the year of 2023. On February 19th, the Center for Political Innovation sponsored the biggest anti-war protest that has happened in 20 years. The Rage Against the War Machine rally brought together a number of important personalities, different figures to oppose the drive toward war against Russia and China. We then sponsored a reception that took place after the Rage Against the War Machine rally, where we gave a platform to Scott Ritter. Our reception, held at a hotel near the White House, was attended by over 160 people. It was a great step forward for our organization. March 5th, we published this book, Where is America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution. The book has received a number of very positive reviews. It was featured on Kim Iverson's show, and hundreds of copies of the book have sold. I recently signed a contract for the book to be published in Chinese, and that's coming up in 2024. Now, March 25th and 26th, we held a 2-day summit against hypocrisy in Washington, D.C. to counter Joe Biden's Summit for Democracy. 75 people attended this 2-day anti-imperialist conference. Peter Coffin created a documentary film about it. March 30th, 5 members of the Center for Political Innovation confronted Tsai Ing-wen, the so-called president of Taiwan, when she was in New York City. We confronted her saying, "Stop selling war in our country." The video clip of us confronting the Taiwan official went viral in Chinese media. We were featured in the Global Times. Center for Political Innovation joined the Libertarian Party and the People's Party to have a rally in New York City's Union Square, raising awareness about the need to stop the war drive against Russia and China. Our rally then marched from the Union Square Assembly Point up to the United Nations, where the New York City Peace March, convened by religious leaders, was taking place. We joined the religious rally where the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, that's facing heavy persecution at the hands of the U.S.-backed NATO regime in Kiev, was given a platform. I also took the podium to represent the Center for Political Innovation alongside a number of New York City's most prominent pastors, imams, and rabbis. And later, the Center for Political Innovation was invited to a reception at the United Nations to discuss future peace marches convened by clergy in New York City. In June, the Center for Political Innovation held a weekend workshop in Missouri. 40 people gathered for 3 days of socialist education, group bonding activities, discussion, and strategy. On July 10th, the Center for Political Innovation convened an event in New York City called Money and American Injustice. The event featured critiques of the U.S. legal system and how it unfairly targets low-income and working-class people. The guests of honor were representatives of the People's Democratic Uhuru movement that are currently facing an FBI Department of Justice indictment, calling them Russian agents. Peter Coffin made another documentary film highlighting the event and how the U.S. legal system unfairly targets the working class. On August 6th, the Center for Political Innovation co-sponsored a National Day of Action called Humanity for Peace, convened on the anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima. In Portland, Oregon, and in Chicago, we organized the rallies, and in New York City, we brought a very large contingent to join the rally, along with a number of other organizations. On August 27th, the Center for Political Innovation published this book, Letter to Bob Avakian, critiquing a prominent U.S. communist leader for his failure to stand with Russia and China, and exposing his ties to French intelligence and how he was used by the FBI to intimidate Jimmy Carter and harass Deng Xiaoping. On September 15th, the United Auto Workers called a strike for better wages and conditions. Among those striking was a CPI member named Tom Michalak, who stood on the picket line with his union brothers and sisters, presenting an optimistic anti-imperialist message of city builder socialism amid this important labor upsurge. On September 20th, during the United Nations General Assembly, the president of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ibrahim Riazi, sat down with myself, the founder of the Center for Political Innovation, for a full interview. Now, the interview was broadcast over RT News, translated into many languages, and viewed by millions of people all across the world. In October, as Gaza faced a brutal bombardment at the hands of Israel, CPI members joined pro-Palestine rallies across the country, standing in solidarity with the Palestinians and arguing that the continued support for Israel and its crimes goes against the interests of the American working class. On October 25th, the Center for Political Innovation was formally selected by the Russian Foreign Ministry's Youth Office to lead the American delegation to the World Youth Festival taking place in March of 2024 in Sochi, Russia. We were honored to take on this responsibility and immediately spoke with the Party of Communists as well as the American Student Union. And we have now successfully formed a national preparatory committee for an American delegation to the festival. I personally attended the International Council of the World Youth Festival that took place in Moscow. November 4th, the Center for Political Innovation was a co-sponsor of the Black People's March on the White House, highlighting the Uhuru movement and their persecution by the Department of Justice. CPI member John McCarthy was invited to speak at the rally, and afterwards had dinner with Chairman O'Malley and the leaders of the Uhuru movement, who personally thanked CPI for our efforts and hard work in support of them. On November 19th and 20th, the Center for Political Innovation's president, Elizabeth Young, attended the 5th International Conference of the World Anti-Imperialist Platform in Athens, Greece. Elizabeth spoke to the gathering, highlighting the urgent need for anti-imperialist organizing in America and explaining CPI's role and activities. On November 30th, CPI organizers visited 3 different campuses in Portland, Oregon, and unfurled American flags and Palestinian flags, as well as a banner that said, "Money for jobs and schools in America, not weapons for Israel." Footage of these dramatic interventions that were very well received by passers-by and locals in Portland will be included in Peter Coffin's upcoming documentary film. December 1st, the night before our national convention in Portland, Oregon, we held an event at a church, along with the Party of Communists USA, to give a platform to Jyoti Brar, the leader of the World Anti-Imperialist Platform. She spoke and gave a lengthy presentation about the need to stand with Russia and China, the need to stand with Iran and the Palestinians, and the fight against opportunism in the international communist movement. On December 2nd, the Center for Political Innovation held its first national convention in Portland, Oregon. The event was attended by over 150 people: Scott Ritter, Garland Nixon, Syed Hosseini, Jyoti Brar, Lee Stranahan, David Rovics, and many other prominent guest speakers performed and spoke. In addition to that, we had guest speakers from Veterans for Peace, Seattle for Assange, the Party of Communists USA, the American Student Union, and other organizations. Chairman O'Malley of the Uhuru movement made a special video message thanking us for our support and supporting the conference overall. We also had video messages from Tara Reid and Craig Pasta-Jardula of the Convo Couch. On December 3rd, members of the Center for Political Innovation, who are of religious inclination, founded City Builders Ministries at a special gathering in Portland, Oregon. We discussed about building a campus ministry oriented toward anti-imperialism and working-class politics, showing that Christianity and socialism can overlap, especially in the 21st century. December 8th, 9th, and 10th, we had yet another weekend workshop, this time for new members in the Pacific Northwest region. A number of people have joined the organization since our December 2nd convention, and I think it's fair to say that our organization is marching ahead. Now, we intend to put forward an annual report like this every year, so that those who consider themselves to be friends, allies, or members of the Center for Political Innovation can see what we have accomplished. Those who've helped us to engage in these activities can see that the money they have donated or the time that they have taken to help us out is going to good use, that we are simply not wasting our time. We have big tasks to carry out in stopping the danger of a new world war, opposing the low-wage police state, and marching forward to build a new America. Throughout the internet, you will find claims that the CPI has dissolved or the CPI no longer exists, and this is just utter silliness. The Center for Political Innovation has accomplished a huge amount in the year of 2023, probably more than it accomplished in all the other years of its existence combined. Let me ask you, if a similar report were to be given by the leaders of a number of the so-called communist organizations in the United States, what would be in it? If Joe Sims of the Communist Party were to give a report about what his organization has done this year, what would they be able to say? That they campaigned for Democrats, they registered people to vote for Joe Biden, they called Trump supporters Nazis? And what about the Party of Socialism and Liberation? If Brian Becker were to give a similar report, what would he include? The fact that they screamed and yelled about abortions and demonized average American people while tailing after what the liberals were doing. The fact that they facilitated the very important upsurge of pro-Palestine activism that took place, but oversaw making sure it just repeated the same old slogans and remained isolated from the bulk of the American working class. What the Center for Political Innovation is doing is very unique and special. There is no other organization that's capable of fomenting the same kind of optimism, hope, patriotism, and city builder socialism. We have something very unique and special, and our project is doing something that no other organization is capable of doing. The reason we continue to have such success, and we are so well respected internationally, is because of our unique approach, pushing forward to build 21st century socialism in America and spread anti-imperialism among Americans who are now struggling, left behind amid the failure of neoliberal free market capitalism. And we already have big plans for 2024. We have already endorsed and given sponsorship to the Rage Against the War Machine 2 Defeat the Deep State rally, set for Washington, D.C. at the Lincoln Memorial on February 17th. We intend to be there in big numbers and make a good contribution to the rally. In addition to that, in March, we will be going to the World Youth Festival, called by Russian President Vladimir Putin in Sochi, Russia. At the gathering, we will join with anti-imperialists, young communists, and anti-imperialist forces from around the world to speak about the new emerging economy centered around the BRICS and the need for technological innovation and expansion of living standards and a higher life expectancy for all. In addition to that, we are planning to have a national workshop in Vermont this May. At the national workshop, we will roll out the second volume of our educational textbook. We already have volume 1, We Are City Builders, but volume 2 will be coming out, and it will accompany a new set of classes focused on organizing and the history of revolutionary working class and anti-imperialist movements in the United States and what we are trying to do now in our time. CPI also intends to be involved in upcoming anti-NATO mobilizations in July. We expect to hold another national convention, this time in the Midwest region, most likely in the weeks following the 2024 presidential elections. The focus of CPI in our upcoming year will be really taking to heart our slogan, out of the movement to the masses. Social media is much more controlled than before, and online recruitment activities have their limits. CPI is reinventing itself to become an outreach-oriented organization with members witnessing socialism in their neighborhoods to their co-workers and their friends. CPI wants to reach people who would never go looking for this kind of message or ideology. We call on people who want to find their voice, want to join a community, want to spread hope amid so much pessimism to join our ranks. We will put you to work. So much needs to be done to build an anti-imperialist movement and a network of activists here in America. Furthermore, the Center for Political Innovation depends on donations from supporters, allies, and members and friends to carry out its work. Holiday season is a great time to send a gift to our organization to help us continue to do the work that we do. Giving to some social media personality who entertains you, or one of the same old peace activist groups that has marched for years and grown smaller and smaller will mean much less. We at the Center for Political Innovation stretch every dollar we receive in contributions to make sure that our organization is growing, thriving, and conducting vital anti-imperialist work. We are forced to think of how Vladimir Lenin told his followers that if the situation changes in 24 hours, the tactics must also change in 24 hours. We are also forced to think of how he said, there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. There is no doubt that we are living in vital times here in the United States. We expect to experience substantial growth in the year of 2024, but we will need your support in order to do it. Members, prepare to be more involved. Friends, prepare to see more exciting activities and events that you can participate in. Donors, please give generously to make sure that we do these things with the resources that we need. I wish you all a happy holiday season with your family. Let me remind you that whatever hardships, isolation, and pains you are suffering are only temporary, as a new wave of hope and prosperity, generated by the heroic struggle of the people and the new rising alternative economy centered around Eurasia is on its way. Future generations will look back on us with admiration for our ability to endure and refuse to back down in the face of the desperate viciousness of the dying old order. With revolutionary love and solidarity, I wish you all a happy new year. And it's time that folks came forward and just recognized that we are the organization that they've been waiting for, and maybe we don't sound the way they thought we would sound, we don't look the way we thought they would look, but here we are. Yeah. We are here. Yeah! Yeah!
we're the ones cut out for this task, it's because we love our country. And there are some people, when we talk about patriotic socialism, they get kind of a clever look in their eye. And they're like, oh, people think socialism's anti-American, so you're going to be the patriotic socialist. I get it. No, we actually love this country. We don't love the government. We don't love the big banks and corporations, but we actually love this country. We love the people of this country. We love the optimistic glow of hope that flows through this society. We love the fact that people have come here from all over the world in all kinds of different circumstances. Some people dragged here in chains, some people jumping over fences, some people the generations past. There's people from all over the world, different corners of this planet, that have all been dragged to one spot by the imperialist system. We've come here. And we've come here because we have a will to survive. I talk about why are there so many amazing black musicians and black athletes? Well, think about what the black community has been subjected to. Genocidal conditions, the transatlantic slave trade, millions of people slaughtered. You think about, the death camp they had in Angola, Louisiana, where they were working people to death. And the reason that the black community in America, the reason people, Michael Jordan is known about all over the planet, the reason that jazz and R&B is listened to all across this planet, that's because there's a beauty in the American black community, because it represents those who had this amazing, unbeatable will to survive. They survived all of that horror. This is a strong people. And if you think about other nationalities that have come here, people have come to this country because they want to build, they want to grow, they believe that their kids could have a better life, and they go through all kinds of hardship in order to get onto these shores from different corners of the planet, all because they want to grow, they want to build, they want to construct. And now we're all gathered here, white, black, Arab, Asian, Latino, we're all here gathered in this one little tract of land between the Atlantic and the Pacific. And now the imperialists are telling us, well, we got to accept being poor. In order to save our system, you've all just got to be poorer. So, that American dream thing, turn that off, and just accept being poorer. It's for the environment, it's for COVID, whatever. Just accept being poorer, look at your phone and be dazzled. And they think this is going to work. Well, it's only a matter of time before they realize that they have been the stupidest imperialists in history. What they've done is they've gathered millions of people from all over the planet, and they've dragged them all into one place so that we can all come together and kick their ass!
Our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet.
We are going to take this aching, poor, hungry world, and we're going to transform it with American methods. We're going to transform it by export and development of high technology. We're going to have Manhattan projects and NASA projects and every dirigist federally directed scientific Christ program that we deem necessary. Some people talk about how many nuclear plants can you build. I understand American methods. If I want to build 10,000 nuclear plants by the year 2000, we'll do it. It can be done. If we putter along the way we'd like to do it, it won't happen. You want to have 50 or 100 nuclear starts a year, we can do it. Just take the table of requirements. We need how many steel plants, how many of this, build them all, right now. If we have to melt down the neon signs on the whorehouses to do it. If we have to take everybody we find walking in a disco and say, hey fella, you just got diagnosed as needing clinical therapy here, work therapy. Take them out, you want to do all that jiggling, we got a place to use some of that energy, right? Oh. We're going to use American methods, which means to mobilize the world along the lines of the American system. And every nation that wants to go along with us on that, and most of them will, just like some of Alexander's generals wanted to survive and therefore went along with him, we will do that. We will not ask the opinion of third world countries. We don't have to. Because a government of a third world country that doesn't want that is no good. Therefore we ignore it. The government that does is a good government. Therefore we honor its opinion. Because a government will not develop high technology agriculture, develop industry and high technology infrastructure and education for its people. A government that sits back and says, we don't want any of that imperialist culture or European culture. That's depressing. We say, okay, you're stupid, fellow. Get out of the way. We're going to do it anyway. It's not going to be democratic. Not in that term. Because our problem is the world is morally unfit, the present state of civilization, to survive. And we have to break civilization out of its present state to a higher state. We must move people by having people who can lead in crucial positions of leadership, and move the unworthy and unfit that have to be moved to do good work the way Alexander moved his generals.
My name is Caleb, and I'm a student, a former student and a worker here in New York City. And I want to begin by giving a shout out to all the youth who couldn't come today because they're locked in the prisons, in a prison industrial complex where profits are made from jailing people away. Youth who are being picked up and jailed for things that are not criminal, things that shouldn't be jailed for. I also want to give a shout out to all the youth who, because of economic conditions, have been forced to join the U.S. military and are abroad used as cannon fodder for these profiteers and these bankers. They couldn't be here today. Now, if you look up at these buildings all around us, before these buildings were constructed, what did the people who built them have? They had a blueprint. They had a blueprint and a plan. And then they went to engineers, and they went to construction workers, and they constructed the building. Well, right now, Wall Street and the banker class, the people who actually run this country, they have a blueprint. And it's written in all of their Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman textbooks. Their blueprint is the destruction of the future of this generation. Their blueprint is the end of free public education. Their blueprint is the end of decent schools. Their blueprint is low wages. Their blueprint is massive unemployment. Their blueprint is massive home foreclosures. Their blueprint is massive destruction of the future and the end of the social programs that keep people alive. That's their blueprint, and they're mobilizing around it. They've got their Tea Party thugs mobilizing around it. They've got their police mobilizing around it to repress us and cage us in pins for speaking out. They've got their Democrats and their Republicans mobilizing around it. And if we're going to resist their program, we have to learn from the generations in the past who've done it before. In the 1930s, not far from here in Union Square, there was a demonstration of 10,000 people. And they gathered, and their slogan was "Fight or Starve." And they gathered in Union Square by the hundreds of thousands. And when the police told them they couldn't march, they said no. And they said, this is our street and we're going to march. And you know, they had a banner at that march. And you know what the slogan that was on the front banner of that march back in 1932? You know what the slogan was? Remember it. Remember it. Take it with you. If you remember a phrase, remember it. The slogan was class against class. And that's what we're talking about. Class against class. Say it with me. Class against class. Class against class. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not about a liberal program or a conservative program. It's about the banker program versus the people's program. That's what's going on. If we're going to resist, we need a blueprint of our own. We need to design our own blueprint, and we need to start implementing it in the streets. Whether we need to coordinate all of the resistance together so we can build a strong, united program of resisting the bankers' agenda of shutting us down and destroying us. We need a program that says equal rights for immigrant workers. We need a program that says end police brutality. We need a program that says stop the cuts in food stamps. We need a program that says hands off our schools and universities. We need a program that includes health care for all, jobs for all, education for all. And we need to step back and think about the real possibility. that there could be a time when people like us could actually own and operate the banks and the factories, and there would be no boss class or banker class running society. People like you and I could actually have a say and run society. That would require one thing very simply, and it would require us to abolish capitalism. The capitalist system is the ruthless, evil system of the bankers, and I say if we're going to resist their program and their blueprint for destruction, we're going to have to abolish their system. So let's organize, let's be out there, and let's fight. Thank you.
Past generations of Americans pursued big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They pushed across an unsettled continent and built new cities in the wild frontier. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system. Magnificent it was. And they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the Earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. If you look at just 3 years ago, what we were doing was unthinkable. How good it was, how great it was for our country. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living. That's what will happen. Here are just a few of the ways we can do it. Almost 1/3 of the landmass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to city builders!
I'm almost done, don't worry. 2024 is coming up. Yeah. Woo. So we're going to the Youth Festival in March, right? Woo. Between the beginning, January and March, we're going to be focused on the Youth Festival. Yeah. But then after that, you know, our friends in PCUSA are having a convention, and we're going to do our best to participate. But in addition to that, so we all know about this. This is the manual, the educational manual of the CPI. And we have a series of classes now called the Saxton Lectures that are a basic introduction to anti-imperialism and socialism, right? And we've done them throughout the country, and we're doing them here in Portland next weekend, by the way. December 8th, 9th, and 10th, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A week from today, we're going to be doing those classes here. So if you're local, or if you're around, or you want to drive back, or whatever, we're doing it. And it's available to anybody, free. You can come, and we're going to do these classes. But this is just the introduction. And this was the basis. This book is the companion volume that goes with the Saxton Lectures. And that's the introduction to what we're all about. Marx, Lenin, the synthetic left, etc. However, it's been realized that the wisdom of this organization and the intellectual project that we've created together has produced a lot more wisdom. This was just basic. We're past this now. So what we need is another volume. We need volume 2, and we need a second level of classes. So after the World Youth Festival, we're going to be gathering at a new property in Vermont that we have access to. And we are going to have class level number 2, the second installment, level 2, and we're going to have volume 2 of our educational manual. And there's another level that's been added. I want to clarify another point, which is that, you know, Comrade Jyoti, you know, she emphasized the issue of peaceful transition to socialism. And I know why she did that. Because she very much sees and has been a critic of what Khrushchevite revisionism and the Sino-Soviet split has done. And part of that was Khrushchev insisting on a peaceful transition to socialism and telling people in Africa and Asia and Latin America that they couldn't pick up a gun for their national liberation, right? That when Khrushchev came in after the death of Stalin, he said, well, America has the atomic bomb, so all you people around the world that are fighting for your freedom can't do it, it's too dangerous. And he tried to call off the world revolution in the name of the USA having the atomic bomb. And Mao said, no, we're not going to accept that. Right? And Mao was very critical of Khrushchev and his statement about a peaceful transition to socialism. And, you know, it's not that we disagree. We don't disagree with Jyoti at all. It's a matter of emphasis. Because it's one thing to say that a peaceful transition to socialism is unlikely because the capitalists don't really believe in their democratic ideals. And that as the people organize, they will set up a fascist state and they will repress people. That's one thing. That's very different than saying that you advocate a violent revolution. We need to be clear on this, right? This is nuance. Nuance is something that people on the internet don't seem to be able to handle, but I know you all can handle because this is in real life. Is it possible that we could have a situation in the United States where our ability to peacefully organize is suppressed, where democracy is turned off, or we'll be forced to do what Abraham Lincoln did and defend our democratic rights and carry out a social revolution? Is that possible? And would that involve violence? That's possible, sure. But we don't want that, and we don't advocate that. We advocate a peaceful transition to socialism. The question is, will they allow it? And if a violent revolution happens, it doesn't come from us. We want a peaceful transition. It comes from them and their refusal to allow it. John F. Kennedy said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. And we have to be clear about this, and this is important in our particular context. And the reason that it's important in our particular context is not simply because of this nuance, it's because of the fact, and it's not simply a legal question either. I mean, you know, people, is it legal to advocate the violent overthrow of the US government? I don't know. I mean, technically no, but then the Supreme Court has ruled, Brandenburg versus Ohio, we don't know, okay? It's legally questionable, but even if it weren't illegal, right? Working class people right now are having chaos brought into their communities by this system. They're having instability brought into their communities by this system. The ruling elite are fighting with each other. There's all this fear of civil war. And what working people want is stability. And if we approach them saying that what we want is civil war, what we want is violence, what we want is chaos, we're looking like we're on the wrong side. We want an end to the chaos. We want an end to the violence. We want an end to the instability. We want to bring order to the United States of America. And our four-point plan that we've written out, that is much like the Bolsheviks. What did they offer? Did they offer chaos and violence? No, they offered peace, land, and bread. And that is what our four-point plan is. 4 economic programs, 4 policies that would change the nature of U.S. society, that would empower the working class, that would weaken the power of the capitalists. That is what we advocate. And if those 4 points were implemented, that would be a huge push on the road to socialism and emboldening the working class. And we advocate that, those programs, those 4 points, as a way of bringing stability. And we have to be clear about this. However, I've always pointed out that all the great communist revolutions of history, they're not made by communists going around and advocating violence. They're acts of self-defense. And nothing is more American than the right to self-defense.
Now that brings me to the point about the International Caucus of Labor Committees. Although we did not set out to do so consciously back in 1966, for very lawful reasons, this organization became a replication of the Academy of Athens in terms of scope of work, direction of work, understanding of its role in the world. This developed over a period of years, largely because of the central determining character of the organization from the inception. The fact that the organization was based on a conception of political economy and method, at which the conception of multiply connected manifolds associated with Riemann was at the center of the political economic perception from which we worked. And that perception, as a matter of method as well as economic conception, was the characteristic and the determining characteristic which shaped the way our judgment developed. And as we came into conflict with opposing forces on this, as we sorted various forces in the world out and found out what was real, what dripping behind the stage props to see what the reality is behind the appearances, then we found ourselves becoming that. And so we have therefore found our activities variegated, and as this conference will emphasize, one of the things we're emphasizing, and certainly not because of the Year of the Child, anything the UN comes up with, we're again. Particularly UNESCO, UNITAR, or UNCTAD. No, but because we are at a point got two problems in the world. First of all, drugs and a miserly and dastardly and treasonous destruction of the process of education is turning out increasingly from our secondary schools students who aren't qualified mentally to graduate from the third grade. The minds, the productivity, the potential of our society is being ruined. And we say, and all of us agree more or less on that, in the population, those of us who are healthy and sane, we say, well, let's at least get back to what we had in the 50s. Something that works, even though it may have imperfections. But that's not adequate. We have to make reforms, not in the direction of socially relevant basket weaving and sensitivity courses and things like that, or mainstream education, as I call it now. We used to call it sewage, now it's called mainstream. We need to reevaluate our educational processes as they were. We need to come up with new approaches which facilitate the development of the potential genius of every child. We are tired of producing mediocrities. We're now producing imbeciles, but we used to produce mediocrities back in the 50s and before that. You know, we had one or two bright kids, someone who talked a lot but didn't know anything, and a lot of mediocrities. Now today, you've got mostly imbeciles coming out of our schools in terms of functional capabilities.
Hello, I'm Thomas Michalak, speaking from the Center for Political Innovation. As you may tell from my dress, I didn't anticipate speaking today. I'm filling in for Caleb Maupin, the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. I think the subject, even just as a person from the United States, a young person at an international gathering based on optimism and a bright future, I think I can perhaps provide some insight into a contrast that I see here that I'm familiar with at home. So far, this festival for me has been profoundly uplifting and has made me incredibly happy, but on the other hand, it also fills me with a bit of sadness for when I return home. The main characteristic of everyone participating here today is that they are optimistic, they are open, they anticipate a bright future. It's almost taken as a given. As our colleague said, it's a tunnel and we can fit into it. It's going to happen anyway, no matter what we do. But in the United States, perhaps in the West broadly, there is an overwhelming sense of doom and gloom among the youth. There is a widespread belief that the Earth will cease to be able to host human life within the lifespan of the young people there. There's a sense of profound cynicism that permeates through the youth, unfortunately. With people in the United States, it's a common view that human beings themselves are a cancer on Mother Earth, and Earth would be better without us. I have nothing but the greatest confidence in the youth of the world in building a just and fair world order, because who else is there to do it? I believe that of the older generations, we can receive guidance and wisdom, instructions, people who have seen and lived through the struggles of the past and the victories, as well as the defeats. So the youth, with our boundless energy, our creativity, and our optimism, guided by the wisdom of our elders, I think a bright future is absolutely inevitable. My remarks are short. I just wanted to express to you my view of the festival and the role of the youth that I can see here, and I have the utmost confidence everyone here at this festival will return to their homes and form a chain of people who will bring progress into the world. Thank you.
칼을 목조하고 있습니다.
Сейчас весь мир встретил новую эпоху многополярного мира, которая, несмотря на все испытания и вызовы, активно продвигается вперед, ярко показывая свое существование.
그러나 그 지향은 저절로 실현될 수 없습니다.
Однако это стремление никогда не осуществляется само собой.
미국은 저들이
Peace with Russia, peace with China, peace with Russia, peace with China.
It's time to stand for peace here at the United Nations. We are marching up to the religious rally. Russia and China are not our enemy.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia.
Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
So next up, we'd like to welcome up the founder of the Center for Political Innovation.
We're here today to do something that brings us all together. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, leftists, rightists, whatever your ideology is, war still kills you. War still destroys you. And what's happening in the world right now is very, very frightening. Praying for peace with China. We're praying for peace in the Caribbean, peace in Latin America, peace in Asia, peace in Africa. It's something we can all agree on. And in the back, I want you to notice we brought a banner with us. And that banner has a beautiful picture on it. And that's a picture, regardless of how you feel about American politics, that was a historic moment. When Donald Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un, that was a historic moment. And one thing I think that we can recognize here is that if Korea could come together, if Korea could reconcile, the whole world could come together if we had peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula.
This is what Henry Wallace said during the Second World War. He said, "The people's revolution aims at peace, not at violence. But if the rights of the common man are attacked, it unleashes the ferocity of the she-bear who has lost a cub." When Nazi psychologists tell their master Hitler that we in the United States may be able to produce hundreds of thousands of planes, but that we have no will to fight, they are only fooling themselves and fooling him. The truth is that when the rights of the American people are transgressed, as they have been transgressed, the American people will fight with a relentless fury. They will drive the ancient Teutonic gods back into their caves. The god of Damarung is coming for Odin and his crew. The people are on the march toward an even fuller freedom than even the most fortunate peoples of the world have hitherto enjoyed. The people's revolution is on the march, and the devil and all his angels cannot prevail against her. Woo! So I'm going to end with this. You can join CPI, you can not join CPI. You can get involved in the work that this organization is doing, or you can choose not to. But this train is heading out of the station.
That's right.
So it's time to get on board, because we're headed no one knows where. Thank you very much.
Really there to promote Russian and North Korean foreign policies. She may not understand that, but she's being used by people like Dennis Kucinich and others to do that. She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin, who used to be in the Workers' World Party. She's on
the street face to face anymore, not very often. But if you are studying in a university, there will be a Trotskyite-led Marxist society for studying Marxism and, propagating Marxism, whatever. And really, I think this role, is a particularly insidious an important one as far as, insidious as far as our movement is concerned, and important as far as the state is concerned, because, of course, radical intellectuals and radical students have always played a really important role in successful revolutions. And I don't think it's an accident that when the Trotskyite movement is shrinking in on itself, where it gravitates to is the universities, to catch the revolutionary-minded young people and make sure they don't end up in the arms of the real revolutionaries. So I'm going to hand over to Caleb for your last thoughts, and then Harpal.
Well, I guess I'll say this. I just want to quickly mention that, you know, among Trotskyite groups, you can divide them into three. There are three categories at this point among Trotskyite groups that you'll see. The first is what you call neo-Trotskyites or third camp Trotskyites. And these are people, it's mainly an academic, campus-based, you know, trend. And their critique of all the socialist and communist governments around the world is they're not democratic enough. They think the Soviet Union was state capitalist. It was an evil state capitalist regime. And, you know, they are obsessed with, you know, spreading, quote unquote, human rights around the world. And they're involved in NGO liberal activism. And they tend to be based on the campuses. They tend to really focus on the LGBT movement and things like that. That's called neo-Trotskyism. The second current that you get is what you might call mainline Trotskyism. And in Britain, these are the folks that joined the Labour Party. In the United States, we have a group called Socialist Alternative, you know, that was big in supporting Bernie Sanders. And they'll claim to kind of support Cuba or kind of support socialist countries, but they don't really support them. They'll say, well, they're socialist in foundation, but they want to overthrow the Stalinist bureaucracy. And they're obsessed with labor unions, and they want to build labor unions. They'll talk about economics. They're on the wrong side internationally, but they're very interested in labor unions and economic struggles. And then you have a third category of people that they call orthodox Trotskyists. And these are Trotskyists that I jokingly say, these are Trotskyists that are just nuts. They're, you know, I mean, these are Trotskyists who will say things like World War II is still happening because Trotsky said World War II can only end with global revolution. So it clearly must be happening still because Trotsky said, you know, there's some of them that believe in UFOs and space aliens. You know, there's some of them that want to legalize pedophilia and will go to great lengths arguing about why child rape should be legalized because of something that Trotsky said or Lenin said. You know, you know, but to the credit of some of these weird, you know, orthodox Trotskyists, some of them will actually take stances that are against U.S. imperialism because they're nuts. They're so hyper sectarian and crazy. Some of them do support Russia and Ukraine. Some of them will defend the DPRK a little bit or something like that. But they're a very obscure, you know, even more obscure wing of things. But those are the three camps of Trotskyism that you'll see. You'll see they divide into those three categories. But what brings them all together? And I think this is what I would like to end my contribution today with. What is the essence of Trotskyism? It's that when Lenin developed his theories, he said that the main danger to humanity is imperialism. Capitalism has become imperialism, a global system of monopoly capitalism that is holding back development and impoverishing people all over the world. And the duty of revolutionaries is to oppose imperialism. And Trotskyism, all of its different manifestations and interpretations, is always an attempt to say, no, it's not about fighting the imperialists. It's about fighting for pure workers' democracy. It's about fighting the Stalinist bureaucracy. It's about, it's about this, it's about that. It's never a fight against the imperialists, right? Trotskyism is a way that you can claim to be a Marxist or a socialist or a revolutionary, but not focus on fighting the imperialists. Fight some other battle, but not against imperialism. That is the essence of what Trotskyism is.
Beautiful. Thank you, Caleb. And of course, that explains why Trotskyism is so anti-Leninist, right?
10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hardworking families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream. Another big opportunity is in transportation. Dozens of major companies in the United States and China are racing to develop vertical takeoff and landing vehicles for families and individuals. Just as the United States led the automotive revolution in the last century, I want to ensure that America, not China, leads this revolution in air mobility. These breakthroughs can transform commerce, bring a giant infusion of wealth into rural America, and connect families in our country in new ways. Likewise, through our Strategic National Manufacturing Initiative, which is going to be very big and very, very successful, we will turn forgotten communities into hives of industry, producing the goods we will no longer import from China. We will also have a major initiative on lowering the cost of living with a special focus on lowering the cost of a new car and lowering the cost to build a single-family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom. Finally, I'll challenge the governors of all 50 states to join me in a great modernization and beautification campaign, getting rid of ugly buildings, refurbishing our parks and our public spaces, making cities and towns more livable, ensuring a pristine environment, and building towering monuments to our true American heroes. Very importantly, I will also make sure all of these new places are safe. We love and cherish our police. They will do the job the way they have to. It is time to start talking about greatness for our country again. I will dramatically increase living standards and build a future that brings our country together through excitement, opportunity, and success. Thank you very much.
The reality is that most children have the potentiality to be a genius if that potentiality is developed and seized upon early enough and given the correct direction. It's our job to do so. Our approach to music is precisely that. We took seriously the question of focusing on music because we recognized that Plato was right, that Al-Farabi was right. Is the first thing that a child is capable of mastering in the sense of organized education is the well-tempered system of counterpoint, polyphonic counterpoint. The first thing the child's mind can master in terms of a comprehensive knowledge of lawfulness on the one hand and freedom, i.e. creativity within the context of lawfulness on the other. The child now understands something Kant never understood. That to be creative is not to violate the laws of the universe, but to develop new qualities of solutions in terms of the basic lawful ordering of the universe. And once the child's mind grasps that freedom and creativity and law are not antagonistic, except if you misunderstand law, once the child has understood that, then the foundation is laid, the foundation of reference for the child to understand anything. We know in the next order of learning that after the child's mind has been given a foundation by learning the music of Bach and Beethoven, or at least that method, which is indispensable if you're going to produce geniuses. And no other kind of music will produce geniuses, so just don't waste your time with it. No matter how much you think you like it or somebody else likes it, it won't produce geniuses. We're concerned with producing geniuses. The next thing is geometry. Not the way it was taught in school, but geometry taught without quod erat demonstrandum, without logic, without Aristotelianism, because Aristotelianism destroys the mind. We want no Aristotle or no influence of Aristotle in our school system. And once they've learned geometry, we're going to teach them physics. What, at the age of 8, 9, and 10? I do not want a single child of this nation to reach the age of 16 in the future without being a qualified genius in physics. We need that, and it can be done.
Right now in this city, hospitals are closing, schools are closing, all kinds of resources that people in this city use to survive are being shut down. Well, what are they talking about doing? They're talking about a new war against Syria. How much money is every single one of these missiles going to cost? At least $1 million. That could be teachers. That could be nurses. That could be doctors. But instead, it's going to a war. Do we want that? No. And now, you know, there have already been 100,000 people killed in this war in Syria. And they've been killed because our tax dollars are going to fund the Syrian rebels. A lot of these Syrian rebels aren't even from Syria. They're from places like Qatar, places like Jordan, places like Libya, and they've been shipped in. Syria was a peaceful country, and now there's a civil war going on. And the United Nations has reported that these rebels in Syria, funded by our tax dollars, are recruiting children children as young as 11 and 12, and they're recruiting them and using them to kill people in Syria. Chemical weapons have been used by the Syrian rebels. They've used them. Carla Del Ponte from the United Nations has confirmed that. They're using sarin gas, and they're killing innocent people in Syria with our tax dollars. And the reason that they're talking about striking Syria right now, the reason they're talking about striking is because those rebels are losing. Why are they losing? They're losing because the people of Syria don't support them. They don't support foreign importing insurgents trying to tear up their country. And that is why Obama wants to send the missiles to do what the rebels can't do, because they don't have support on the ground. We want the people of Syria to run Syria. We want money for jobs and schools and education, not a new war. I'm with FIST, Fight Imperialism, stand together, and you can check us out. Thank you.
This is a British naval song popular in the Napoleonic Wars. I think most of you know the chorus. Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we'll see the shore. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 we're the boys that fear no noise while thundering cannons roar. We've worked on the rolling wave, now we're safe on shore. Long we've worked on the rolling wave, now we're safe on shore. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rolly, 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 rolly. When we sailed from Plymouth Sound, oh, you've gone tonight, Jack, were there ever chummies known? Such as you and I, Jack. Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe on shore. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rolly, 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 rolly. We have worked the self-same gun, quarter-deck division, spun to rot and loader through the whole commission. Long we crossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rolly, 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 rolly. Oftentimes have we laid out, toil no danger fearing, calling in the flapping sails to the weather veering. Long we crossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rolly, 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 rolly. When the middle watch was on and the time moved slow, boy, who could tune a rousing stave? Who like Jack and Joe, boy? Long we crossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rolly, 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 rolly. See her swing an empty hull, not a soul below now. Number 7, starboard west, this is Jack and Joe now. Long we crossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rolly, 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 rolly. The best of friends must part, bear or fall the weather. Tip your flipper for a shake, now a drink together. Long we crossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rolly, 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 rolly.
certain that the idea that we fight for is the idea that's going to lead the people of our country is because it is the idea of Canada becoming, the people of Canada becoming their own sovereign selves as a nation and leading our country onto the path of peace with all people, friendship with all people, trade with all people, and taking our country out of the camp of imperialist war and fitting it into the camp of peace and progress towards socialism. That's what we're fighting for. We can't lose. We can't lose. And sometimes people say to me, well, look, you talk about taking Canada out of the camp of imperialism and war into the camp of peace and socialism. How do you know that the Soviet Union won't start a world war? And my answer is quite simple. The Soviet Union can't start a world war because the Soviet people can carry out their program only in peace. The only thing that could prevent it would be war. And I know that you're going to make sure that there ain't no war. There ain't going to be no war no more.
We look back to the last dark age, or the aftermath of the last dark age. In the 14th century, when out of the bowels of the Black Death, the bowels of the same policies that Cyrus Vance represents today, or Henry Kissinger, or the rest of those scoundrels, after half the population of Europe had been wiped out within a century by these policies, which the Carter administration and the Connolly and Reagan all espouse today, a group of people like us, that is, that's our heritage, organized the Golden Renaissance. One of the key things was the development of teaching institutions like Gerhard Grote's Brothers of the Common Life, which produced a generation of geniuses into the 16th century. We today face the same thing. On the one hand, we face a dark age. And it seems, if anyone thinks clearly, that the forces of the dark age are now victorious and will prevail. And therefore, hell will come. Now, we can avoid that. We must avoid it. We will avoid it, not simply by resisting the dark age, by going out in the street and screaming against the dark age. Please keep the dark age away, Mr. Banker. Right? That isn't going to work. We will defeat the dark age by building a new golden renaissance. It is the function of this institution to be the catalytic agency which produces people who are capable of leadership and supplies to those who have the function of leadership throughout the world additional vital resources of knowledge and policy through which the world can be steered into and through a new golden renaissance. Thank you.
Come back, I'm going to tell them about all the wonderful memories, all the people we met, how much work clearly went into this huge festival and all the amazing things we saw. This is the future.
I would like everyone to stand up for the pledge. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Not only today, not only this year,
but always. Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To keep a just, lasting peace, to eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
To keep a just, lasting peace, to eliminate want, frustration, and forced idleness.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people, to salute our comrades who have died.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people, to salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm
shall nevermore be wasted in war.
Shall nevermore be wasted in war.
Saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world.
A new upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.